What's up, guys? Welcome back to another one of my YouTube videos, and this is 4 hours of flight 1, so yeah. little people are coming.
They are coming. You better fucking get a bomb ready.
Yeah, I already have 2 F-16s.
Police took that first initial step and did what's called a knock and talk. Literally, police officer knocks on the door.
Bombs and something. This one out and when they say fuel bombs, he said no.
Well, why wouldn't they listen to her and go raid that place?
That's what I mean. They go in and knock, and of course he's gonna tell you no, we don't have problems, or he's just not gonna answer.
Yeah, I mean,
Like what?
yeah, I got a whole RV full of explosives on me.
You don't get
I don't know what they expect him to meetings to call that.
Because she should have contacted the FBI. Because they should have contacted the FBI. They would have been raiding that place with fucking agents. A lot of times the regular police are terrible. And she says this guy, all I had to do is a little research in there and then find these fucking creep the fuck out lizard people.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
And even if lizard people are alive and like you gotta just make a fucking homemade RV bomb and blow up the blocks in Nashville, like fuck. Like what he did, it didn't change anything. Fucking $60-$70 a pair.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/act now.
us now.
This boy's saying that
So as I speak that,
and that song started playing in the RV. He was downtown. He's finally to me. And my heart sent me.
I didn't know this with the lady and all this shit.
Over there, my entire building is filled out to the left side. I forgot Second Avenue North. I think that's entire place is left.
Was building shattering back and forth.
the explosion of what is called intentional damaged nearly 40 downtown buildings. The blast coming from an RV parked near the AT&T transmission building.
I'd be suing those cops for not hurt or lost the house or anything.
And I'll snap you from here.
Yeah.
The explosion was
Okay.
significant, as you could see from the street
Okay.
there on 2nd Avenue. Putting everything we have to find a good with.
You have school tomorrow, Sammy.
I know for now.
Appreciate your help.
I'm scared. And I'm like, I need to call police. I didn't trust them.
Yeah.
Seven that evening, I decided
What's the new profile?
I'm gonna call and tell them what I know. The right thing to do. And I was on hold for over half an hour. That's when they found the police report that I had made in 2019. Showed up at my door at 8 o'clock the next morning. 4 giant FBI men with shotguns. And that afternoon, they said it was Tony Porter.
Combing the scene of the blast with
This man, Anthony Quinn Porter, blew himself up in his RV right outside of the AT&T building.
investigators identified Porter by matching a hat and gloves found in one of his vehicles with DNA gathered at the scene. He said, "I'm going to be so famous, Nashville will never forget me." Now, second. Cronies of that ultra? So small. Yes, it is.
Mr. Look.
Are you Russian?
Yeah. I mean, I am.
Nice meeting you here.
I mean, after the World Trade, I don't understand why the police force. They thought she was suicidal when she said, this guy has bombs. They should have been like, or make a call to the FBI, the Tennessee State Police, somebody.
Yes, what? I texted
The,
her.
the ATF. Like Christ. If you're the police chief, get a hold of the governor. I mean, somebody. Or bring him in. Like, god damn. I remember this now. I didn't know this
Yeah.
was the lady.
Can I come get it in the morning?
I mean, like, god damn. Like, she wasn't suicidal. She was having a hysteria attack because this guy she was friends with is getting ready to blow people away. I mean, holy fuck. She wasn't one of them and said, he isn't gonna do nothing. Didn't really care. Like, I mean,
No sense, actually. Doing power wash. Better grease
basis for conducting the attack. That's probably the first time anyone, whether the FBI or other law enforcement partner, well, just the FBI, did ever heard of that. And from a domestic extremism perspective, that's not one that people like me would have ever heard of.
Service was interrupted from Georgia to Kentucky. 911 systems were down, credit card readers failed, and planes were grounded after Nashville's airport lost internet access.
Very difficult to navigate because you're dealing with, for the most part, First Amendment protected. Even if you
Yeah, but the First Amendment doesn't protect making homemade explosives. Again, a little bit of a dusting, like maybe a quarter, half inch.
these are the toughest things to try to identify in advance before they go out and
I'll probably maybe go down tomorrow
building.
and Sue's and see what it's like. Maybe just blow it off with a leaf blower.
When I wasn't believed and I was treated absolutely not a person, a human being. I don't know that I've ever been so knowing that.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car
Yeah.
insurance. Unfortunately, I did not check just how much my body paid was.
That is our
So, yeah, check Allstate first. You saved hundreds.
I just started making things on the news.
Nashville police arrived at Hamilton's house, according to the report. Very fair.
I was crazy. I just felt that. They said that you everything on the TV. Have a girlfriend. I'm not crazy. A lot of they're all lies. They were all lies, and it was like.
Yeah, because they thought she was a crazy girlfriend just making stuff up. Yeah. Showed them.
I was scared.
Yeah.
How does nobody like me with mental illness like this? I did nothing to try to help stay alive.
Yeah, because you have to watch because them crooked Nashville cops might come try to kill you because you keep you quiet.
He got me said. He got me lowest. And he pushed me. And got to the point where I couldn't go back. And so I'm glad I did what I did. I sometimes regret it. But not for long.
Some people are going to be completely convinced that lizard people control the world. Their sense of what's real and what's not real has almost completely broken down. When a town comes together and controls their own lizard person,
Magic's at the door.
I think the Bishopville Lizard Man is an example of Lizard Man helping community. I mean, I would say that's like in a classic spirit of small town ghosterism.
You know, the lizard man, whether he's real or whether he's not, is fun. We can have fun with him and also help bring some money to Bishopville. Having this stone every year will also bring people together. That way we can talk about something besides on the phone. And that's what we need. We're not having enough of that this world.
We were promised that the internet was going to be the information information superhighway, and instead it's become these series of alleys of disinformation. The lizard person phenomenon is really just like one part of a bigger whole. Activities that once were like a big part of people's lives have really sort of faded away. I think that plays on a lot of people's feelings of like helplessness and insecurity and feeling alone in the world. At the door. Over the last decade, a kind of apocalyptic attitude that will help you understand who the enemy with a capital E
Yeah, he's right at the crack.
can prove a terrible temptation. Wizard of Old Green is an example of this.
Reach down and grab it.
Good stuff for Brazier.
Alright, so let me grab it.
More than an SUV. It's your Chevy Equinox EV. Going further on the full charge.
Oh.
I got it.
In the future, I am concerned that this.
No, I should let Charlie.
Is this Patsy?
Better do it before it gets more goofed up. No later than doing that. Just put him away.
His dad had a statue before stabbing him a bunch of times. Because a large shifting reptile had taken over.
Charles, come. Good. So I was like,
Let's feel marginalized to create monsters is terrifying. Because if you see anyone as a monster, well, the only thing to do with the monster is destroy it.
Nightfall is our youngest. At 1, we found out he was profoundly deaf.
That big.
He has Usher syndrome, a rare genetic condition.
This is a vision experience.
There's no treatment. Everybody's been hurt.
Every day feels like a race against time.
Finding a
So
treatment
you're saying you
will
put
change
replace Mike?
everything.
Yeah, Mike's a great guy. He was a good officer. He was,
The impact
He
of
doesn't
the
really
meal
talk
was
about his
well
work a lot.
beyond our lives.
maybe it's because a lot of years have passed, but he was the real deal. I replaced him in Athens, and he's done a lot of preliminary legwork in Athens. Athens was a tough place. At the time, the American government spent more money on security in Athens than they spent anywhere else in the world, including Beirut. It was a combination
It's probably
of
because
there
of
were
you.
two
There's a red
indigenous
cup right
Greek
there.
groups that were exceedingly dangerous. One was called Revolutionary Organization 17 November. They killed the CIA station chief, 2 U.S. defense attachés, just bad guys all around. The other was called Popular Revolutionary Struggle. And then on top of that, you had Abu Nidal, the Libyans, the PFLP, the PFLP-GC, the DFLP. Everybody was there because there was this informal agreement between the Greek government of Andreas Papandreou at the time and these terrorist groups that if you don't kill Greeks, we'll leave you alone.
Oh boy.
Yeah. But killing Americans wasn't part of the deal, so it was every man for himself.
Wow.
Your story is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's,
And your story of getting in trouble and eventually going to prison for something that was what they were doing, what you reported on, was completely illegal, and you were completely honest about it. It was essentially about the U.S. torture program.
Right.
Tell us how this all started. Like, how long had you been involved in the CIA?
Oh, by then I had been in the CIA. Well, by the time I got to Pakistan as the head of counterterrorism operations after 9/11, I'd been in the CIA almost 13 years, and I was responsible for all counterterrorism operations in the country. Al Qaeda was running out of Afghanistan into Pakistan because we were bombing the daylights out of them, and so my job was to find them and grab them, and then just hold them or send them to trial was the original idea. And we were planning at the time for our first big name capture, right? Bin Laden, Ayman Zawahiri. We had killed Mohammed Atef. He was the head of what they called military affairs for Al Qaeda. We killed him in Tora Bora. But then there was Abu Zubaydah. And then there was this unknown person that we later learned was Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. So we were looking for any of these 4 or 5 people. And then there were others, those responsible for the embassy bombings in Africa, the USS Cole bombing. So it just so happened that in February of 2002, we got a lead on Abu Zubaydah, and we captured him. It took us 6 weeks to track him down. We were close. Close where we would bust down the door, and there's like an uneaten, like half-eaten sandwich on the counter, a cigarette still burning. Sometimes we were a day or 2 behind him, but he knew we were looking, and he knew we were close. So we finally got him, and then the question is, what do you want to do with him? And they told me, hang on to him, we're going to send out a plane, and we'll take it from there. So they did, and I wasn't clear to know what they were going to do with him. Just like the guys on the plane weren't clear to know who it was we had captured and why they were taking this guy, where they were taking him. But
is that all just need to know?
yeah, it's all need to know. In fact, when I got on the plane, we 3 FBI agents and I picked him up on this gurney and carried him on the plane. We had to stand him up and maneuver him onto the plane, then we laid him across the luggage rack in the back and tied him down. And one of the guys on the plane, he was dressed completely in black with a black hood on. And he says, "John?" And I said, "Who are you?" He lifts up his mask and he's an old boss. And I said, "Hey, what are you doing here?" He said, "Oh, I came to take you prisoner." I said, "Where are you taking him?" And he said, "I can't tell you. You don't have need to know." I said, "No, that's cool." He said, "Who is he anyway?" I said, "Oh, dude, I'm sorry. You don't have a need to know." He says, "Yeah, fair enough. Okay, safe travels." And then, your job is to take him from point A to point B, not to become his friend and, get his family story. Just like my job is to catch him and hand him over to the next guy, and it's none of my business where he's going. And so when I got back to headquarters in May of that year, I was just standing in this sandwich stand at the CIA cafeteria, and one of the senior guys from the Counterterrorism Center came up to me, very casually, and he said, "Oh, hey, I'm glad I ran into you. I meant to ask you, do you want to be certified in the use of enhanced interrogation techniques?" And I had never heard that term before. This was May of 2002. I said, "Enhanced interrogation techniques? What's that?" We're going to start getting rough with these guys. Like that. I said, "What's that mean?" So he describes these 10 techniques. I said, "I don't know, man. That sounds like a torture program." And he said, "It's not a torture program. We got it cleared by the Justice Department, and the President signed it." He says, "Think about it." I said, "Yeah, give me an hour. I need an hour to think about it." I walked out of the cafeteria. I went up to the 7th floor, which is the executive floor. And there was a very, very senior officer up there for whom I had worked 10 years earlier in the Middle East. Knocked on his door, no appointment or anything. And I said, "Hey, I need some advice. I was just asked if I wanted to be trained in these enhanced interrogation techniques. What do you think of that?" And he said, "First of all, let's call it
for my co-piloting woman.
This is a torture program. They can use whatever euphemism they
Yeah,
want.
so right now,
This is a torture
like I
program.
said, for some reason,
Torture
my
is a slippery
co-piloting
slope.
woman, I'm
He
just
said,
trying
"You know
to
how
take
these guys
off.
are. Somebody's going to be a cowboy, they're going to go overboard, and they're going to kill a prisoner. And when that happens, there's going to be a congressional investigation,
Stop!
there's going to be a Justice Department investigation, and somebody's going to go to prison. Do you want to go to prison?" I said, "No, I don't." As it turned out, I was the only person who went to downstairs. I said, listen, I have a moral and ethical problem with
This
this.
looks
I think it's
beautiful.
illegal, and I don't want any part of it. The funny thing is, I had just captured
Yeah,
Abu Zubaydah, who we believed was the number 3 Al-Qaeda. And I got passed over for promotion. And the reason I got passed over, they said, was because I turned down the training. The head of the Counterterrorism Center said in my promotion panel that I had displayed a shocking lack of commitment to counterterrorism. And then the guy who gave me the advice saw that my name wasn't on the promotion list, and he promoted me out of sight. So I realized then I was up against something that was going to be tough. And then there was a psychiatrist at the agency whom I had known for years. We were in the same men's group, we went to the same church, and he happens to be both a brigadier general in the Army and a CIA psychiatrist. And he said to me one day, buddy, you know they call you the human rights guy behind your back. And I said, yeah, I don't care. And he said, you know that's not a compliment, right? And I said, Steve, they're wrong about this, and I'm right about it. I said, I'm comfortable with the decision that I made. And I just left it at that. I didn't realize, though, how much I had pissed them off until later.
So all you had done, essentially, was stand up for your beliefs, your morals, your ethics, and the law. And you said, I don't want to participate in anything that I know to be illegal.
That was the start. Listen,
But you're standing out against the group.
and I was the only one. I'm almost ashamed to tell you that they asked 14 of us if we wanted to be trained in the enhanced interrogation techniques. I was the only one who said no.
Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that you would have to use them. You were just going to be trained.
Oh no, they were to use.
And then, but you would be required to use these techniques. So if you were not trained in them, then what would happen? Would that preclude you from ever being involved in any sort of a questioning, interrogation?
Yes, which is funny for a couple of reasons. Number one, there was no such thing at the time as an interrogation class, right? The FBI has deep, years-long interrogation classes. We never had to interrogate anyone. And in fact, when we started capturing prisoners in Pakistan in January of 2002, I'm like, well, what do you want me to ask him? I cabled headquarters. We caught this guy. What do you want me to ask him? Oh, you'll figure it out. Just go with it. I'm like, okay. So I was working with the Pakistani intelligence service, and I said, listen, I'm usually the good cop. You want to be the bad cop? And he's like, yeah, I'll be the bad cop. So we bring the prisoner out. We're sitting there looking at him. I said, what's your name? He's like, screw you. The Pakistani whacks him across the face. So I say again, what's your name? Listen, buddy, just give me your name. My friend here, he's not in a very good mood. He's not a very nice guy. Just tell me what your name is. Come on. And then they tell you their name.
Stay.
Yeah.
So, what exactly did you know what enhanced interrogation techniques they were going to implement?
Oh yeah, that day in the cafeteria, my colleague explained it in great detail. And a lot of these techniques are not torture, right? If I grab you by the lapels and say, doggone you, answer my questions, that's not torture. Or the first one was called the belly slap, or the attention slap was another way they called it, where I smack you in the belly, makes a cracking sound, maybe it leaves a handprint. It's a little bit embarrassing. That's not torture. But then it graduated quickly to things like waterboarding, which everybody knows about. But there were techniques that were, in my view, that were worse.
I think I see
Like,
the
for example, there was the cold cell. So they strip you naked, they chain you to an eye bolt in the ceiling, so you can't lay or kneel or sit or anything. You can't get comfortable in any way. And they chill the cell to 50 degrees.
I don't know how, but I
And then
could.
every hour, somebody comes in and throws a bucket of ice water. But we killed people with that technique. The Justice Department never said we could kill people.
I think they use 10% of my fuel somehow.
At least two with that technique.
But also, it is a short flight, but I kept putting down my flaps and swallow those. Anyways, I put the brake on.
There was later, but in those early days, no. Later, we always had a doctor on scene. Like, for example, with Abu Zubaydah, his heart actually stopped during a waterboarding session, and the doctor revived him just so he could be tortured more. It's like, yeah, didn't the Germans do that? Come on. Now we're doing it? That's not cool.
Is there any other way, like, I know that MK Ultra implemented a lot of drugs and a lot of different techniques involved in whether it was trying to find the truth out of people or getting people to commit acts. Did they ever implement something where they would give someone something?
That's a good question. The short answer is yes. Not in the very beginning, but they were working with things like truth serum and different drugs like relaxation drugs, gabapentin, stuff like that to sort of get you to open up. But remember too that the agency got in such trouble in 75 and 76 before the Church Committee and the Pike Committee about MK Ultra that as soon as Senator Church said, don't destroy the documents, the director went right back to headquarters and ordered them to destroy everything. And so only about 20% of the MK Ultra documents still exist.
You see those
So
flashing
we don't really
lights
know
up there?
Exactly
You see those
what
flashing
it was
lights?
that was learned
That's the
in that
airport
program, like what worked and
that
what
I'm landing
didn't
at.
work. We hear these stories
Short flight.
about,
Only use
dosing
probably good to use like 10% of my fuel.
air
Okay,
of
almost be.
San Francisco just to see if everybody gets sick. We've all read the stories about this bakery in France where apparently we dosed the bread and everybody in the village went nuts. But we don't have fulsome documentation that we could have used operationally while interrogating prisoners.
Quiet
So
about it.
just to avoid prosecution.
Anyway.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And so then whatever they did learn was
Hi, kitty, kitty.
Yeah, it's lots.
if there was
I
something.
don't know what the opening I want to be like a pilot of. This is just a random thing that I chose to fly right now.
20 years at
But I
least.
might go into cargo since this is a passenger jet, so I might get
There's
into a
sub-operation of MK Ultra
cargo.
where they rented a safe house in San Francisco. They recruited a bunch of hookers and
They
had them go
recruited a
out
bunch
and
of
pick up
hookers?
Johns, bring them back to the safe house where they thought they were going to get laid, dose them with LSD, and then interrogate them and try to get them to give up their deepest secrets. It's like, what do you do?
Midnight Climax.
Yeah, Midnight Climax, exactly. It's like, what? Nobody's agreed to do this. You haven't informed
Yeah,
them
and
properly.
Sadie-
These are American citizens. You can't just take people off the
And
street
Sadie, I'm actually
and
playing the
force
Sadie.
LSD down their
Well, they
throats.
were running the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic.
Yeah,
Sadie, you should play
Right
this game.
after a month after chaos by telling them right out.
exactly right.
If you want to. Very good game. Now, if you want to be in this plane, you do have to pay $6 per month. Since I got premium,
She went to the Haight-Ashbury
to get
Free
60 planes, and also very good.
So crazy.
Woman.
It's totally connected to Manson.
So yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Manson was a
Anyway, let's land.
Nuts, and they wouldn't
I might be a little too
We
overspeed,
found the stash of documents.
so I need to land like
Connected it
hard.
Just think of what's been destroyed.
Kind of like how I am right now,
all.
looking
We
at
only
it.
know a small fraction of what was done.
Why
So
did
is
I
it a
just...
case of just they're
Ah.
not elected, they're put into power, presidents come and go, and over the course of their
This
career,
woman could have
20
it.
years plus, they just have so much power and so much ability to get things done that they just bypass the law.
I think that's the whole story, right there in a nutshell. When I was
Max,
there, I remember
look.
being shocked by some of the old timers.
Kill us attack.
Been there for as long as 40 or 42 years. There was one in particular, he was the National Intelligence Officer for warning. So he was the one
Anyway.
who was supposed to say, I'm worried about what Libya's gonna
5.67
look like
hours.
10 years from now."
Don't worry about the crashes.
He'd been there
I
for
wouldn't worry about the
42
crashes anyway.
years.
I have
He had
most
to
of
get a waiver
most of my
from
experience
directors as he'd
on the
age
Saab
out.
3040B.
Well, these guys make
And also,
misuse
there was the S/A
their belief
sequel.
that they can outweigh pretty much any
But I don't know if I want to go into cargo.
And these
So
guys,
those cargo
whatever.
planes in here, like
If
this
the
one,
president
for
wants
the
to
U.S.
do something
military.
they don't want to do, they just
But also I could go into passenger.
wait
I don't know which one to go into right now.
and that's the end of it.
Anyway,
That's why I say,
Well,
I've said this in
notice.
interviews a lot. There is a deep state. You
doing
don't have to call it the deep state if you don't want to. You can call it the state. You can call it the federal bureaucracy. You can call it whatever you want. The fact is, it exists. And it's unelected. And it's generally unaccountable to anybody. And they just wait for the president to leave if they don't want to do it.
I'm flying upside down. Good. Charlie, I'm flying upside down. I was flying upside down. Okay, I might have to eject.
Tough jobs demand even tougher power tools. The
How much fuel do I have left now?
is rigorously tested by professionals to make
Damn, I used 10. I used a little over 10% of my fuel.
versatility and value with the universal 20-volt battery system that powers every tool.
Charlie,
Discover why so many Milwaukee
I just love this game. I love flying around. Anyway, this was that.
Best for a whole lot less. Only at Harbor Freight.
So,
Good for your Tuesday,
you
baby.
find out about this torture program, you won't participate, so that puts you on the outs. And when do you know that this
Charlie?
is going to be like a significant
Wait my landing.
You know, honestly, I didn't know until well after I left the agency. You know, once I turned this down, and I got this out-of-cycle promotion for the Abu Zabaydah operation, I was named executive assistant to the CIA's deputy director for operations. And in that position, you have access to literally everything that the CIA is doing.
A little too early,
And
but I'm
so,
a new pilot.
I'm reading these
Max
coming back from the secret
Brandon
side,
Max.
and people are saying, like, whoa, I didn't sign up for this. Nobody said we're going to torture people. I quit. And then they come home. Or there was a secretary who fainted when she happened to be in the room while Abu Zabaydah was being tortured. And she curtailed her assignment. That means she sends a cable to headquarters saying, I'm coming home, I'm not doing this anymore. That is a career-ending decision to curtail an assignment. And I remember thinking, so I'm not the only one who thinks this is illegal. Certainly somebody's going to come out and say something. And nobody did.
This episode is brought to you by Happy Dad Hard Seltzer.
So,
Most hard seltzers overcomplicate
notice
everything.
this
Happy Dad
multiplayer
keeps it
mode.
simple. Low carbonation,
To
gluten
get
free,
into
and only
the
100 calories
ATC
in every
report
can. Barbecues, golf
3.0.6,
rounds, hanging
I
by
would
the
need to be
pool,
a
chilling
senior
after work.
captain,
Happy Dad is perfect
which means
for
I would need to
whatever
get
you're up to. Everyone is gonna
97.70
all these skinny
flight
cans,
points.
endless sugar,
I think
but
that, yeah,
Happy
flight
Dad
points.
only
So
has
planning
1
to take it
gram of
off,
sugar in a normal can. You can
but
grab
luckily,
a variety
to
pack
get into
features
here,
lemon
it just needs to be a
lime,
flight officer.
watermelon, pineapple,
And also,
wild
this is
cherry,
2 hours of
and don't
ATC
sleep
time,
on
which I
Great
could
Collab
easily
with
get with a
Jacksonville
project I'm
Research. It's a
doing.
fan favorite for a reason. Happy Dad
So,
is now
I might be a
available
professional
nationwide
pilot
in the
the next
USA
time you guys are here.
Go to your local liquor store
But also,
or
like I said,
happydad.com.
I don't know if
For a
I should
limited
go
time,
into
use the code
cargo
ROGAN to buy one
or
Happy Dad
passenger.
trucker hat and get one free.
Or
Enjoy
personal.
a cold Happy Dad.
Or military.
Must be 21
I don't know what
plus.
to
do.
Please drink
You get a
responsibly.
transport,
Happy Dad, hard
planes,
seltzer,
you
and
get to go
tea,
to cargo.
malt
Yes.
alcohol, Orange County.
Or
California.
military, since like I said over here, we have this thing, which is a military
The
thing.
big ones
And
were
guess what? I could go into the
wholesale and sleep
USAF
deprivation doesn't sound like a big
traffic.
deal. And when that finally appeared,
So I got to say
Don
this.
Rumsfeld, who's the Secretary of Defense at the time, made a statement
But
that
yeah,
it's
so
all
that's
kind of
military
sticks in my mind.
cargo.
He said,
This is
there is no such thing
like actual
as
cargo for like
sleep deprivation.
for like
He said,
actually
I have a
Delta.
stand-up desk in my office. I don't even have a chair in my office. And sometimes I'll work 24
FedEx.
hours and then into the next
I might
day,
be creating one of
36
the
hours.
old
But
FedEx
that's not
flights
what
of
we're
this
talking about.
thing.
We know from the American
FedEx Flight
Psychological
705.
that people begin to lose their minds at day 7.
Save that one. Now I need
And they
GPS.
begin to die. Their organs begin to shut down at day 9.
And obviously,
But the CIA was authorized to
those
keep
for
people
new.
12 days. And there was
And
another
this is the
thing that
UPS
caused
thing
them
that
to just
crashed.
die. They had
UPS
heart failure.
N259UP. So yeah.
Chain into that eyeball in the ceiling again. You have these industrial
I don't
strength
know if there's
fights
any
on
other
them 24 hours a day and like death metal
Anyway.
24 hours on volume 11. And
You know,
and they just can't.
this does have
Because if they collapse, they'll pull their arms out of
what was the?
They're
I
chained
forgot
to
what
that
the airline was, but I remember
It's
like
bad.
looking at this
And this is where
airline
people would die.
quote not profile
They would
picture,
just dig a hole
airline
next to the
listing.
interrogation
But I forgot what
room,
airline it was.
put him in the hole, cover it up, and then bring the
Huh.
next guy.
Anyway,
No report. No nothing.
Nothing. There was one guy they reported on, and headquarters wrote back and said, just put him on ice until we can figure out what to do. And they literally just put him in a bathtub and filled it with ice. And then just decided a couple days later he started to turn. We should probably bury this guy. Yeah, it was ugly. And the Justice Department never said anything about that. They're like, oh, listen, you can do these techniques, and if you kill him, just bury him like that. Nah, that wasn't the approved operation.
Was any of it effective? Like, was there any actionable information?
That's the worst part of this. No, none of it was effective. You know, I say this all the time, Joe. It's like a kick in my gut to have to compliment the FBI. But if there's one thing that the FBI
yo,
is
what's
good
Penguin?
at, it's interrogations. They've been doing interrogations effectively since the Nuremberg trial in 45 and 46. These guys know what they're doing. And so with Abu Zubaydah as an example, we captured Abu Zubaydah. And normally overseas, the CIA has primacy. Domestically, the FBI has primacy. But 9/11 was still a
Let's
proven
see
criminal investigation, so
Harrisburg
we sent Abu Zubaydah out that
Airport.
secret site, and the
Let's see
FBI
what kind of random
the
things
CIA
Van and House.
was
Speaking about
But
fans,
there was an FBI agent by the name of Ali Soufan.
look at this.
Exactly as
Nice.
he was trained to do.
Airbus
He began to
A320
engage Abu Zubaydah
dash
in conversation.
214.
And Abu Zubaydah
Anyway, what
was given
place
silent
were
treatment
Van
for
Helsing?
weeks. This
Hey,
went on
look at
for
that.
weeks. But you go in, you offer him a cup of coffee, you offer him an orange. If he's cooperative, you let him write a letter to his
That
mother.
looks like an
You know,
Airbus
whatever.
A320 or
You'll find
Boeing
out that he gave
737.
us actionable intelligence that saved American lives. And I'll give you two examples. Number one, we had no idea what the Al Qaeda wiring diagram looked like. We knew it was Bin Laden and Zawahiri.
Charlie, just so you know, there was a plane landing at 8:43 p.m. estimated, 8:56 p.m. estimated, 8:59 p.m. estimated, and 9:59 p.m. estimated. Those 4 canceled ones. I know. Yeah, those 4 canceled flights. And guess what?
If you want to do an operation in, let's
Well,
say,
one's from Philadelphia, the other one's from Chicago, one's from Boston, and one's from Dallas.
Muhammad, and here's his phone number. Muhammad lives in Dusseldorf. He has
And then
a cousin,
tomorrow,
Abdullah. Abdullah has access to weapons.
one
And here's a
at
phone.
12:35
And then
a.m.
Abdullah's got a friend,
canceled.
Russian.
9:21 a.m.
And Russian
canceled.
has access to explosives.
2:34 p.m.
We're
canceled.
able to call the Germans and say,
7:10
you have a
p.m.
serious problem in
canceled.
Dusseldorf.
10:14 p.m. canceled.
And then they kick down the door
10:59
and they
p.m.
grab these guys.
canceled.
That's saved
And
lives.
that's just arrivals.
The other
That
thing
isn't
they told
including
us,
the
and he laughed at me.
6 a.m.
Because
departure
I didn't know
canceled.
what the heck
6
he was
a.m.
talking
departure
about.
canceled.
He was talking about
6:15
Mukhtar,
a.
a
Did
guy
I say
who's
p.m.
at
or
Northern
a.m.?
Mukhtar.
But 6 a.m.
He knew
6 a.m. 6:15 a.m.
that there was this guy
canceled.
out there
6:30 a.m.
who called
canceled.
himself Mukhtar, who was a very
8 a.m.
bad guy
canceled.
in
9:46 a.m.
1996. He had
canceled.
initiated something called the
2:59 p.m.
operation.
canceled.
It was supposed to be carried out,
There's a bunch of planes canceled.
and the idea was to hijack as many as 14 747s and
Okay.
then fly them into buildings all
So
up and down
a
the west coast of the
Boeing
United States. It just so
767
happened that one day
landed
Mukhtar,
from
working on his
Louisville
plan,
to
his
Harrisburg.
diabolical
Luckily,
terrorism
this
plan,
one
he
didn't
went out for
crash
And when he went out to
like,
have lunch,
like the
the
other
cleaning
one.
lady came in to clean the apartment, and she sees all this stuff laid out. And she said, "That looks like terrorism." She calls the cops. The cops come and say, "Ooh, this looks
Yeah.
like a terrorist."
How'd you
We
know?
better call the Philippine Intelligence Service. They
My
come
mom
and
left
look
a
at it,
wall
and
with
somebody
him.
says, "We should probably call the CIA office." And
Yay.
so we confiscated everything, and Bojinka was.
Luckily no,
well,
but
it's crazy. Clean.
but that could
You
quickly
never know.
change.
You just never know.
Have you
Very true.
have you ever been to Middletown, Charlie?
Somebody's gonna come.
Down
Nobody's
to
gonna see
Middletown.
it.
Yeah.
And then he ran
I
off.
have been down
So
there.
we knew there was
Well,
this
it's
guy
near the
out there
airport.
planning this big thing, and his name was Mukhtar.
So
Abu Zubaydah laughed at us and said,
Airport.
"You don't know who Mukhtar
Airport.
is." And Ali said, "No."
Airport.
Oh, yeah, Middletown.
And Abu Zubaydah said, "His
Yeah,
name is
anti-
Sheikh
fire. So if you ever want to
That's the
plane
first time we
spot,
ever heard that.
if you want to see planes taking off and landing,
Files that
I would
were about
recommend
a guy
going down
named
to
Khalid
hell.
Muhammad.
And if you want
But that was the
like
very
to see
first
planes
time we were
taxiing,
able to piece
be
it all
over hell.
together. And it was thanks to
All
Abu
over hell.
Zubaydah,
What's going to
in
under
turn, thanks to Ali Sufan's treating Abu Zubaydah with respect. But
Yeah.
on August the 1st, George 10th,
Yeah, like hell.
2002,
U.S.
George
Air
Tenet
Force
went to the White House,
recruiting
and he
Air
asked the president,
National
for reasons
Guard.
that had never been made clear,
So
he
there
asked the
is.
president to
And
turn
then the
over
CPS
files
drop
to the
box.
CIA.
Those Starbucks.
And the CIA director, Robert Mueller, to his
Hey,
credit,
yeah.
knew exactly what was going to come. Not
Yeah,
only
look.
withdrew
Right here on
FBI
the Salem
personnel
terminal.
from the secret site, he withdrew FBI personnel from the country that the secret site was in.
Anyway, let's
And
go
within
look at
12 hours,
Dallas
the CIA
International
began to torture Abu
Airport.
Zubaydah. He went completely silent
Hey,
and
there's
remained
multiple.
silent. And then the
Oh,
FBI went back to the president
damn.
and said, look, the CIA is screwing
Charlie,
us up.
look at
We're
all
getting all
this.
this intelligence from this
Oh.
guy. Now he won't say
So
anything.
this is
And we're
Dallas
putting him in a
Fort Worth
coffin,
International
and we
Airport.
heard that he had this
And
irrational
all of
fear
those
of
yellow
bugs,
things are
so
airplanes,
we
as you can
pour a
see.
box of cockroaches on him in the coffin.
One's
and close up the
taxiing,
coffin.
and
We
American
would open it up
Airlines.
every couple days to
Another
change
one's
his
taxiing,
diaper and
another
give him food,
American
and he went
Airlines.
nuts.
This is a hub
And
for
so
American
finally,
Airlines, as you can
the
see
White
up
House
here.
turns everything
A
back over
hub
to
for
the
the
FBI. It takes Ali
yeah.
months to get
All
him to
these
talk
basically
together.
American
So he
Airlines.
starts talking to
Some
them,
United,
gives more
and
more
some
information
Southern,
about
but mainly
Al-Qaeda
American
operations in
Airlines.
Malaysia and anti-Australia
And like Delta
operations,
Frontier, all that
and what's
good.
going on in Canada. And
Plus
how
also
Al-Qaeda is
it's-
able to move
oh, yes.
across borders between Europe and Asia. And then the CIA
Oh,
comes
hey.
through again and starts torturing
It's Saints literally flying over it.
Screw it all up.
Look at this one.
Why would they do this?
Journey
Don't
from
mention
Dallas
if you're getting
Love
information.
failed, and it's flying over
Why
here
would they
somewhere. Where is it?
decide to ramp it
Right
up
here.
and torture him?
I think for a couple
Flying
of
away.
reasons. I think
Yeah.
we should never underestimate the
Well,
motivating
it's going to
factor
Houston.
of
Now,
desire for revenge.
I've seen more useless flights like the flight that I took in this meeting.
Of the country.
So yeah,
3,000
1 year.
people died because we hadn't done
My
our jobs.
YouTube channel's 1 year old. That was 2 years. So this airplane got
CIA
born
entered into an
when my
agreement
YouTube
with
channel got
contract
born.
psychologists, James Mitchell and Bruce Jessup in October 2001. And they said,
Crazy.
hey, we've reverse engineered the military's SEER program, and we think this would be an effective
So,
but harsh
so
interrogation technique.
this is the
And so we were
Southwest
chomping
plane
at
as
the
a
bit for the
3D
agency
view.
to try this thing
Where
out
can I be?
without using the word torture. We paid those guys
Help
$108
me,
million
help me.
to say, oh, we think you should torture people. Here are the torture techniques. Just let us know when you want us to start. $108 million for that. And so
What's
we thought,
happening
well,
in
we've already
Mexico?
spent the money, and we really do want revenge on these guys. So what the hell? Let's just
Yeah,
let's
this
get
could
going.
be a drug plane.
I think that's what it was.
Especially it being talked before.
Moving day. That's right. Mint Mobile is coming home to your home. I mean, if you'll have us. It's internet for your home. From
El Canada.
fast 5G home internet powered by T-Mobile for $30 a month. No more triple digit monthly bills or waiting for the cable guy to show up and sign
El
the check.
Canada flies in Mexico?
Perimeter.
So that's actually a Canadian airport.
Both in the
Not airport, line.
Just exactly where this animal fits.
The practice
Okay.
is almost never
I might have just found a military plane because it went from not available. Well, you could just zoom in here. So it went from
states of consciousness.
over here, along the airport or whatever. And it's just going. It might be a military plane or whatever.
These secrets will guide us into learning a very powerful method which can activate any energy center in your body or energy field. You'll learn how to apply this method to activate the most important
Spirit
energy center in
Airlines.
the human head.
Turns out her conditions are ideal.
No, they're not now.
I waited for somebody to say something about torture, and nobody did. And then I I got divorced. My kids moved with my ex-wife to Ohio, and they were little. They needed their dad, so I decided I'm going to leave the agency, go into the private sector so I can see my boys on the weekends. And still I waited for somebody to say something, and nobody did. Now, I wish that I could tell you that I stood up and I took a stand, and that wasn't it at all. I got a call in December of 2007. So now I'm out of the agency 3.5 years. I got a call from Brian Ross at ABC News. And he said that he had a source who said I had tortured Abu Zubaydah. I said that was absolutely false. I was the only person who was kind to Abu Zubaydah. I said I've never laid a hand on Abu Zubaydah or any other prisoner. And he said, well, you're welcome to come on the show and defend yourself. Well, I had never spoken to a reporter before. I didn't know that was a reporter's trick. So I said, I'll think about it. In the meantime, President Bush, I remember it being a Monday, President Bush gives a press conference, and the International Committee of the Red Cross had said in a paper that the CIA was torturing prisoners. Human Rights Watch said CIA is torturing prisoners, and Amnesty International said CIA is torturing prisoners. So a reporter says, look, all these international human rights organizations are saying that the CIA is torturing its prisoners. What's your response to that? And the president looks right in the camera and he goes, we do not torture, like that. And I said to my wife, who was a senior CIA officer, I said, he is a bald-faced liar. He's looking the American people right in the eye, and he's lying to us. And she said, are you surprised? Well, then on Wednesday, 2 days later, he gets a similar question. And he said that there is no torture. I knew he was lying. And then another 2 days later, it's Friday, and he's walking from the south portico of the White House to the helicopter to go to Camp David for the weekend. And a reporter shouts another question about torture. And this time he stops and he turns and he says, well, if there is torture, it's because of a rogue CIA officer. And I said to my wife, Brian Ross's sources at the White House, and they're going to pin this on me. So I called Brian Ross and I said, I'll give you your interview. And I decided in the whatever it was.
Why did you think they were going to pin it on you?
Because
they were calling you the human rights guy, so
yeah.
that you were going to be a patsy.
And I was not
You just
willing.
assumed that
I
was
assumed,
going to happen.
yeah.
Because that's just your experience with the organization.
Oh, yeah. They're going to leave somebody out to dry to protect themselves. So I called Brian Ross. I said, I'll give you your interview. And I decided that whatever he was going to ask me, and he never told me in advance what he was going to ask me, I was just going to tell the truth. And so he met me at the ABC News studios on DeSale Street in Washington. And I said 3 things in that interview that changed the course of the rest of my life. I said that the CIA was torturing its prisoners. I said that torture was official U.S. government policy. It was not the result of any rogue officer. And I said that the policy had been personally approved by the president himself. And then, as you can imagine, within 24 hours, the CIA files what's called a crimes report against me with the FBI, saying that I had revealed classified information. The FBI then investigates me from December of 2007 to December of 2008. And then they send my attorney a letter called a declination letter, declining to prosecute. They said that they had completed their investigation, that the information was already out there because of Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the Red Cross. But most importantly, torture is a crime, and it is illegal to classify a crime for the purpose of keeping it from the American people. So no charges. My wife and I went out to celebrate. That night we went to dinner. 3-4 weeks later, Barack Obama becomes president, and he names John Brennan, at first, CIA director, but the liberals went crazy because Brennan was one of the fathers of the torture program. Everybody seems to forget that now, and we can get into that if you want. But He then names Brennan the Deputy National Security Advisor for Counterterrorism. Brennan immediately sends a memo to Eric Holder, the new Attorney General, and says, talking about me, charge him with espionage. And Holder writes back, we got these memos in Discovery when I went to trial. Holder writes back and says, my people don't think he committed espionage. And then Brennan writes back and says, charge him anyway and make him defend himself. So they charged me with 5 felonies, 3 counts of espionage. They waited until I went bankrupt, and then they dropped the espionage charges. Yeah.
Oh God, that's so gross.
That's Washington.
It's just so hard to believe that the United States of America government works like that. I believe it. I believe it.
Oh,
but
yeah.
It's hard to swallow.
There's a book by Harvey Silverglate, who's a professor of law at Harvard University. The book is called 3 Felonies a Day. And he says that we are so over-regulated, so over-criminalized in this country, that the average American, on the average day, going about his or her normal daily business, commits 3 felonies every single day. So if they want to get you, they're going to get you. And there's nothing you can do to protect yourself.
So what was Brennan's beef with you? Was it just because of the fact that you did that interview, or was there underlying tension?
We were never pals. I've known John Brennan for 35 years. We never really cared for each other. To tell you the truth, I thought the guy was in over his head intellectually. When I first started there, he was a deputy group chief. He was a GS-15 nobody, journeyman, first line, second line manager. No big deal. There are hundreds of them. And he worked for this really wonderful woman, a great intellect, named Martha Kessler. And Martha was so highly respected. She had written this book. I still remember the title, called Syria, Fragile Mosaic of Power. And when you got hired, you got her book, and you had to read the book. Because, this is what we do. This is the perfect example of what we do. So he was her deputy. One day, he went to her, and he said, Martha, I've been your deputy for X number of years. I think I'm ready for promotion into the Senior Intelligence Service. And Martha said, and I just talked to her daughter a couple of weeks ago about this. Martha said, not only will you never be a member of the Senior Intelligence Service, I don't even want you working for me anymore. You're fired. Well, you're not really fired at the CIA. If you're fired, that means you have 6 weeks to walk the halls and find another job. If you can't find another job in 6 weeks, then they escort you to your car, they take your badge, and, so long. Good luck. Well, it's the normal job turnover is in the summertime. This is the week before Christmas, 1993 or 4, I can't recall now. And there are no jobs open at Christmas, so he finally finds one job. It is in the PDB staff, the President's Daily Brief, and it is as a morning briefer, giving the President's Daily briefing to the lowest ranking person entitled to a PDB briefing. So that's the National Security Council's Director for Intelligence Programs, who happened to be this guy named George Tenet. And so they immediately hit it off. 2 alpha dogs, cigar smoking, hard drinking. There used to be a kiosk right at the corner of 17th and Pennsylvania Avenue, adjacent to the White House, that sold cigars. Tenet had a heart attack, and he wasn't supposed to smoke, and his wife would yell at him. So they would, after the briefing, they'd walk out to the kiosk and buy cigars and just stand there and laugh and, talk about chasing women or whatever. Totally shut off. Then Tenet becomes the deputy of the CIA. So he brings Brennan back with him and makes him Martha Kessler's boss, deputy director of the office that Martha's working in. He calls Martha Kessler in and says, now you're fired. And so she just elected to retire. Well, he ended up being identified by Tenet as the guy. Like, this is my guy. This guy's going places. He needs operational experience because he's been an analyst and an analytic manager all these years. I'm going to make him the station chief in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. He's an analyst. He's never served overseas before. Never recruited a spy. Ever. It wasn't his job. Now all of a sudden he's the station chief in one of the most important stations in the world. So he does that for a long time. By the way, during which he approves the visas for the 9/11 hijackers. And then he comes back as the deputy executive director of the whole CIA. Right? So it's director, deputy director, executive director, and then the deputy directors for operations, intelligence, science and technology administration. And they're dotted lines. So he's now one of the 5 most senior people in the entire CIA. He does that for a couple of years and then becomes the executive director. By the time I get promoted to be the morning briefer for the director and executive assistant, I'm throwing all these stupid terms out, executive assistant to the deputy director for operations, I'm meeting with Brennan every single day. So we're doing the Iraq War, we're dealing with terrorism, Al-Qaeda, and all this stuff. He didn't like me, and I didn't like him. And then when I became the quote-unquote human rights guy, that just kind of sealed it for me. But I didn't care, because I didn't respect him anyhow. I will say that Jim Paddock, the deputy director for operations, legendary officer and a really great guy. He hated Brennan more than I did. And he used to mock Brennan, because Brennan at the time was telling everybody, I want to head my own agency, I want to head my own agency. And they finally put him in charge of this thing that was temporarily called the TTIP, the Transnational Terrorism Information Center. It later became the National Counterterrorism Center. And they sort of shunted him off there. And it was a nothing analytic organization, not even in the headquarters building. It was out in one of the outlying buildings. And then he kind of went away. But where he really did right for himself is in 2007 there was this wave of retirements, right? We're enough now beyond 9/11 that people can begin to retire. So this huge wave of senior level retirements in 07. And then once these guys retired, half of them went to the McCain campaign and half of them went to the Hillary Clinton campaign. And John Brennan was literally the only one who went to the Obama campaign. And he saved himself.
At MedStar Health, we have some of the most talented providers in the region. Every day, we come to work with a passion for helping patients. But our true strength is when we come together. Here, we foster a collaborative culture, working as a team to bring patients a level of care that's recognized both nationally and internationally. Our multidisciplinary approach generates positive patient outcomes while creating an exciting work environment. Join our award-winning team. Apply now at medstarhealth.org/careers now.
Well, as soon as Barack Obama became president, John Brennan decided he was going to have my head. And so he asked Holder to have the FBI grab me. And I'll tell you what, they knew they didn't have a case. So there's a little bit of background. From 2009 to the end of 2011, I was the senior investigator on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, working for John Kerry. It was a terrible job. Kerry said, I want you to do this and do that. We're going to investigate this, investigate that. And then he would kill all the investigations because he wanted to be Secretary of State. And he didn't want to piss anybody at the White House off. So I can't talk about how Afghanistan produces 93% of the world's heroin, and all of it is because the CIA said they could. I can't talk about the Dashti Lele massacre, where 2,000 Taliban soldiers were suffocated to death in container trucks because the CIA didn't punch holes for them to breathe in the containers. Can't talk about any of that stuff because you want to be the Secretary of State. So I left in 2011. And right before I left, I got a call from a Japanese diplomat. And this is one of the things that I loved about that job, is this constant engagement with foreign diplomats. Who's doing what? What do you think about Israel? What do you think about China? What do you think about what's going on, Mexico or Cuba or whatever? And I get a call from this Japanese diplomat, and he invites me to lunch. I said, great. We meet at a place on Capitol Hill. And I remember that lunch very well. I remember we talked about Israeli elections, we talked about Turkish elections, and we talked about the Arab-Israeli peace process. And at the end of the lunch, he says to me, and I should add, his English was so bad that we had to do the lunch in Arabic. So he said, what's next for you? And I said, well, I think I'm going to resign soon. I promised Senator Kerry I'd give him 2 years. It's been 2.5. I have 5 kids. I really need to make some money and put my kids through college. And he goes, oh, no, don't do that. If you give me information, I can give you money. And I said, what the fuck is wrong with you? You have any idea how many times I've made that pitch? Shame on you. Cold pitching me like that. And I got up indignantly, and I walked out. And I walked, I mean directly, without stopping, to the office of the Senate Security Officer. And I knocked on the door, went in, I said, hey, I was just pitched by a foreign intelligence officer. And he goes, was that goddamn Russian again? And I said, no, it was Japanese. He goes, Japanese? I said, I know, right? He goes, well, no, sometimes they poke around looking for trade information. I said, this didn't have anything to do with trade information. I don't think. I don't know. We didn't even get that far. He said, okay, do me a favor. He said, I've got a standalone computer here that's not connected to the internet. Write it up as a memo, and I'm going to courier it over to the FBI. So I sat there. I wrote the whole thing, blow by blow. The next day he calls me, and he says, 2 FBI agents are going to come over to talk. And I said, okay. So they come up, count the whole lunch, and they said, all right, here's what we want you to do. We want you to call him back, invite him to lunch, and then try to get him to tell you exactly what information he wants and how much he's willing to pay for it. And I said, because I'm a patriot, I said, you want me to wear a wire? And they said, no, we're going to be able to listen to you. We're going to listen to you. I said, but he only speaks Arabic. That's okay. We got a guy who speaks Arabic. Don't worry. I said, all right. So I called him. I invited him to lunch. We go to lunch, do the whole thing. But before the lunch, right before the lunch, they called and they said, operation came up. Just write us another memo. Do the lunch and write us another memo. I said, fine. So I wrote another memo. He asked me to do it a 3rd time, a 4th time, and a 5th time. The 5th time, he says to me, I have great news. He said, I got my dream job. I've been promoted and I'm going to be the deputy ambassador in Cairo. And I said, congratulations. Shook his hand, never saw him. So I've written all this to the FBI. One day in January of 2012, so I've been out of the Senate for about 9 months, the FBI called. And I look at my cell phone and it says Federal Investigation. I was like, I wonder what that's all about. So I answer. And they said, hey, you remember that thing you helped us out with a year ago? And I said, yeah. And they said, we've got a similar situation and we need your help. And again, because I'm a patriot, I said, anything for the FBI. I kicked myself for saying it. I said, anything for the FBI. What do you want me to do? They said, come down to the Washington field office Thursday morning at 10. I said, done. I go down there the next Thursday. And they're waiting for me at the entrance, which I thought was odd. And we go up to a conference room, and they said, we're both cleared, SITK, Gamma, and then there were 2 compartments above top secret that I was cleared for that they said they were. And so if the conversation necessitated it, we could go into that area. So they said, well, before we start, just want to ask you, just read your book. It was great. I loved it. Hey, what about this that you said in your book? And I was like, yeah, okay. Yeah, it was a cool story. What about this other thing? Yeah, had fun. I said, it was kind of hard. You know, it took me 9 months to write the book, 22 months to get it cleared. Oh, yeah, you got it cleared. Yeah, of course I got it cleared. 22 months it took me to get it cleared. I'm thinking, what an odd question. Then they started asking me about something called the Sam Adams Project. And I said, I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. And then the bad cop of the two says, we know you've been giving information to the Guantanamo defense attorneys. I said, what are you talking about? And then I said, wait a minute. Are you investigating me? And they said, yeah, and we're raiding your house right now as we speak. And I said, thank God. I said, I want to speak to my attorney right now. That was the only reason that they didn't arrest me. And one of the things that I learned, and this became painfully evident when they started arresting January 6th people, was the FBI in Washington likes to make its arrests on Thursdays. Because there are no federal arraignments on Friday. So you're in the DC jail Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, getting the shit beaten out of you. And then they arraign you on Monday. And then you want to make a deal just so you don't ever have to go inside that prison again. But because I asked to see my attorney, they let me go. So I called the attorney as soon as I got out of the office. Actually, when I was walking out, one of them went over to, I didn't know it at the time, but it was Peter Strzok. And Peter Strzok says, tell me he implicated himself. And the guy said, not really, no. We have to let him go. And so I grabbed my cell phone and I left, went to the attorney's office. They had already called my attorney and said they were charging me with espionage. I hadn't committed espionage. They knew I hadn't committed espionage. And in fact, since then, I'm fast forwarding a lot, 3 FBI agents have reached out to me, well, 2 to my attorneys. One reached out to me directly to apologize, saying that this came from the top, they thought it was a BS case, they were sorry they were involved, but there was nothing they could do. One guy reached out to me through eBay, of all things, like to try to cover up the trail. He's like, listen, I've been losing sleep over this, for the last 13 years. I just wanted to tell you how sorry I am. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, I hope you feel better. My whole life fell apart. But I'm glad you got that off your chest. So, it became a matter of just survival after that. You know, you have to take it seriously. I was facing 45 years in prison. And then when the Justice Department made a request for a proffer meeting, the proffer meeting is they'll give you a little idea of what they have against you, and then they make an offer. You can take it or leave it. And they offered me 45 years. And I said, I'm not doing 45 minutes. I didn't do anything wrong. And this woman, she became Deputy Attorney General for the Criminal Division under Biden. She said, take this deal, Mr. Kiriakou, and you may live to meet your grandchildren. I went home that night, and I'm ashamed to even say it. That night, we put the kids to bed. And my wife and I were watching TV. She said, come on, let's go to bed. I said, I can't sleep. There's no way I'm going to be able to sleep. And she said, no, come on, let's go to bed. She knew I was going to go down into the garage, turn the car on, and just lay across the back seat. And she said, no, come on. You need to try to get some sleep. And she saved me then. For 45 years. And so they waited 10 months before they were even willing to engage in a conversation. And then they offered 10 years on a Monday. On Wednesday, they offered 8. And on Friday, they offered 5. My lead attorney was this legendary guy named Plato Kacharis. And Plato said, you know, I've been a criminal defense attorney in this city for 52 years. And this is the first time I've ever seen this come down in time. He said, usually they offer you 10, you say no, the next offer's 15. then the next officer won. I said, why are they coming down? He said, because they have a shit case and they know it's shit. And that's why we're going to go to trial and we're going to win this thing. I said, great. Well,
they themselves stated that they had never seen
they stayed at 5. And then they came back and they said, 3.5. And I said, I'm going to trial. I'm going to win this thing. Turned out, at the time, my best friend, his wife, had an uncle who was O.J. Simpson's jury consultant. And she called him for me. She said, hey, your friend John is in this situation. He's like, yeah, I read about this in the papers. He could use your help. He came up, didn't charge me a cent. He came up to Washington. We got him a security clearance, and which was another thing. We asked for a security clearance, and then the Justice Department called and said, the White House said Kiriakou's attorneys have enough security clearances. And I said, who at the White House said we have enough security clearances? Well, they had to tell us. It was John Brennan. No more attorneys for Kiriakou. Fisher cut bait. They're like, it's not up to John Brennan to decide if I have enough attorneys. Yeah, they have an unlimited number of attorneys, an unlimited budget. As it turned out, they spent $6 million to put me in prison. Was society really better off spending $6 million to put me in a low-security prison for 23 months? So, in the end, they said, best and final offer, 30 months, you do 23. Well, I was only the second American who had ever been charged with this crime of violating the Intelligence Identities Protection Act of 1982. The only other person that was charged with it was a woman named Sharon Scranage. She was a CIA secretary in Ghana in the 80s. And she was having an affair with a member of Ghana's intelligence service. And in the course of pillow talk, she revealed the names of all of the CIA officers in the station and the names of the sources they were running. And so the Ghanaians executed these guys. She got 9 months in prison. 9 months. And they offered me 45 years.
Hercules 20-volt brushless power tools have power, durability, and versatility with the universal 20-volt battery system to power every tool. Make the move to Hercules. As good as the best for a whole lot less. Only at Harbor Freight.
For blowing the whistle on the torture. So, my wife and I stayed up all night, literally all night, and because Sharon Scranage had taken a plea, there was literally no case law. So what we found several things. We found several articles from the Harvard Law Review saying this law is unconstitutional. It violates the First Amendment, and it is prior restraint, right? Like it tells you in advance you can't say X, Y, and Z. But because there was no case law, you couldn't challenge it in court. And I said, well, can't we just appeal the charge? And maybe, all the way up to the Supreme Court? And they said, yeah, we can do that post-conviction. And then you're going to be 45 years waiting and hoping that the Supreme Court does the right thing. We can't do that. So,
they're screaming.
So I decided by 6 a.m. I'm going to turn it down. I believed in my heart I hadn't done anything right. This was political. It was a vendetta by John Brennan. And Obama, by all accounts, I had friends, of course, who were still working at the agency and working at the CIA or at the White House, and they said that Obama had this Nixonian obsession with national security leaks, and it's because that came from Brennan. Obama was a senator for 2 years. He didn't have any experience doing anything, so he did what John Brennan told him to do. And Brennan said, "You got to crack down on these leaks. They do nothing but embarrass us." So, I decided I'm going to turn it down. 6 a.m., I send an email to my attorneys. I had 11 attorneys. I was paying half of them, 5 of them. And then one of them writes back and says, put on a pot of coffee, we'll be at the house by 7. So they come to my house. the 4 ones came to the house. Plato was the first one in. Now imagine this, like 80-year-old, 6'2", 280-pound, mean old man. He comes in, and I said, good morning, Plato. And he said, you stupid son of a bitch, take the deal. Like that. I said, take the deal? You're the one that told me not to take the deal. You're the one who told me we're going to go to trial and win this thing. And he says, I only told you that to keep your spirits up. And then the second one, his partner, Bob Trout, sweet gentleman, a southern gentleman. He says, if you were my own brother, I would beg you to take this deal. And I'm like, well, now what do I do? And then the third, who was the guy, Mark McDougall, one of the best attorneys I've ever encountered in my life. And the one that I liked and respected the most out of all of them. I liked all of them and respected all of them, but I felt a connection to this guy. He pulls me aside. He was a little bit angry, and he said, you know what your problem is? Your problem is you think this is about justice, and it's not about justice. It's about mitigating damage. Take the deal. And I looked at my wife, and she's just like, what do you think? So I took the deal. And I got 2.5 years in prison, and they made me do every single day of it. In fact, we went to sentencing, and this was in the Eastern District of Virginia, the espionage court. And the reason why we didn't go to trial in the end was the O.J. Simpson jury consultant said, if we were in any other district in America, I would say, let's go for it. We're going to win this thing. But the Eastern District of Virginia, your entire jury is going to be people from the CIA, from the FBI, from DOD, from intelligence community contractors. He said, buddy, you don't have a prayer. Take the deal. Yeah.
What the fuck?
It was bad. So at sentencing, my attorney said, Your Honor, we request that Mr. Kiriakou be sent to a minimum security work camp. She says, any objection from the Justice Department? They said, no objection. She goes, okay, minimum security work camp. No bars on the windows, no locks on the doors. You're free to come and go as you please. You're just on your honor not to abscond. And then most of the guys work, there's a little college in town, you go sweep the floors or whatever. So I got to the prison 3 months later, and it's weird, the system that we have, Joe. You walk up and you knock on the door and you say, hi, I'm John Kiriakou, I'm here to turn myself in. That's all you do. And your friends and family just drive away. And so they said, yeah, you got to go across the street to the actual prison. They'll process you, and then they just bring you back over here. And I said, okay. So I go across the street. And I said, I'm John Kiriakou. I'm here to turn myself in. And the guy takes me by the arm. We go outside, and we start walking around the back of the prison. And I said, no. I'm supposed to be at the minimum security camp across the street. And the guy laughs at me. And he goes, not according to my paperwork, you're not. And I was like, oh my God, take it easy. We later learned Brennan was so angry at the shortness of my sentence that he told them, make it as difficult as possible.
That's our boy, Will Smith.
So I told myself, take it easy. If you make any ruckus, they're going to put you in solitary. Don't say a word. So I didn't say a word. It took them about 40 minutes to process me. Then they walked me to my cell. The only thing the cop said to me, he says, a word of advice, buddy. If anybody comes into your cell uninvited, that's an act of aggression. And I said, great, thanks. I'm here 40 minutes and now I'm going to get my ass kicked. I appreciate it. And then I started that whole odyssey.
And so, what kind of prison were you in?
I was in FCI, the Federal Correctional Institution at Loretto, Pennsylvania, which is a low security prison, but it's called a low medium, and then there's a high medium, so this was low medium. It took me 5 days to get access to a phone, and I called Mark McDougall, the attorney that I liked so much, And I said, Mark, they put me in the actual prison with the pedophiles and the mafia dons and the drug kingpins. I said, what do I do? He says, oh my God. Well, he said, we could file a motion, but it'll be 2 years before we get a hearing, and you'll be home by then. He said, buddy, I'm sorry, you're going to have to tough it out.
Yeah. I mean,
And so that's what I did.
Oh, Sadie's got a little buddy.
I'm surprised Sadie didn't fall asleep yet.
What's that, Sebby?
I'm surprised Sadie didn't fall asleep yet.
Give it time.
If the Colonel saw the price of a lunch today, he'd have some choice words. But with KFC's $5 bowls packed...
We had a dude try to fast himself out of being gay, I remember one time. He tried to, I think he did almost 40 days or 20-something days. Isn't that crazy? How much weight did he lose? He lost, he was ribs and dick by the end of it. You know? And still, and I remember, I was thinking ribs was big old. I remember he's holy. One time, this guy I knew was having sex with this girl, and like the rest of us were just kind of being lonely outside of his room. And we went on the balcony. We went on the balcony. How many guys are outside of the room being lonely? 3 guys. So one guy's just like getting his freak on, and everybody else is outside.
It's time to bring the secrets
and because of the sound, you feel so much fucking lonelier, you know? So, Jesus. I feel like a sword just came on me. A sword.
It's fall 1954. In Burbank, California, aerospace manufacturer
Lockheed Martin! Lockheed Martin! Lockheed Martin! I heard Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, I'm watching this, Sebby.
Oh, hi.
Cranston.
Magic Man.
Did I? Oh, I'm sorry, little Oh, you can eat it up, Magic. Say out the path. Have to be on the porch. Come on, buddy, don't run.
I got an idea. What if I invite one of my teachers onto my podcast?
Oh, yeah.
Possibly.
It feels insane. The first gay I ever met was probably 14, right?
That was the first gay you ever met.
Yeah, and he was like the toughest gay dude, so he could like fight, and he was gay. Nobody had ever seen him. He's like,
That's scary for a homophobe.
oh, totally to fuck you up and suck your dick. You know, that's the biggest thing. Or make you suck his. That's the crazy part. He's up to you. And then you're like, oh, if that dude knocks me out and then makes love to me, it's gonna be 0 for 2 tonight. Yeah.
It's like a 10-8 round. Do you want to wear headphones or no?
Oh yeah, when put on, I didn't see Hager's on.
Phil, oh,
Yeah, it is weird, huh? It's like when you put a condom on it, the other person's just still looking at their phone and you're like, oh, this is weird. And the person, I mean, is a woman too.
Guys can have all kinds of bags,
Yeah.
but not a purse. Meanwhile, guys generally carry more shit than women do, right?
And guys have their nuts too, which is like a little bag kind of. You know what I'm saying? Good point. So it's almost like your dick has like
Charlie, technically, if you think about it, a guy's balls is just a small bag.
a little purse. But, or like a hand or something.
If there was a pill that could give you that would eliminate your need for sleep, you would have 8 whole more hours to do whatever you want during the day.
There's no way if I had 8 more hours, I wouldn't cheat on my wife. I don't have a wife, but if you gave me 8 more hours in a day, dude, it would be fucking.
I watched a monkey jerk off into his own mouth. I mean, that's the gayest way. The monkey was hanging from his feet and he jacked off into his own mouth.
Was he stuck somewhere? Was he trapped?
He's having a good time.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy. He was stuck. If you're in an avalanche or something, I can see you having a snack.
No,
But I think if you're just like,
leave it in your body.
the last thing you're stuck in an avalanche,
for
needs to
form of
figure out
relief.
how
I think it's gonna buy you another afternoon of being
A
alive.
whole afternoon from a load? What kind of loads are you shooting? What kind of Peter North-sized loads are you chugging down? Jesus Christ, I don't think it works that way. You covered your face. I like what you did there.
How do you fucking get in there?
You got in there.
I'm in this fucking thing.
I mean, still, so I was just reading this whole thing about Chick-fil-A, and they were saying this is the most dangerous food in America. Yeah, just don't eat it every day, stupid. They get the Flying Dutchman. You know what that is? It's just patties with cheese on it.
No bread on it.
No bread.
And who do you pick them up with? You pick them up with two
Dangerous,
stores.
like a fucking pig, a sloppy glutton.
He's a shivering inside. They don't know what it is. It's really
Like that
hot.
Missouri sushi, dude. Just meat and cheese.
Just meat and cheese and greasy pigs.
You cut it to the top. Oh, I feel my heart shake. Yeah, is that always like it is?
I don't know. No, it's shot.
Oh, shit. But there's a lot of, like, there's that trucker's high that they get up in their own gas. There's like a syndrome or something that starts from people. Just imagine, that can't be good for you, right? Caging yourself up at 80 miles an hour with your own heart and just cruising state to state. Just fucking.
And the combination of things, ring dings, pork rinds, and fucking Pepsi.
Saying fag over and over again. Just all of that just compiled at once into you. It's gonna start happening. They're gonna start getting these LGBTQ meets. They're gonna start getting. Dude, I used to, sometimes I would do so much cocaine, my fucking eyes would dry out. I remember I would lick my hands and rub it into my eyes.
You go eat punk with whatever the fuck you're doing.
I like to get right. Fucking, I like to be a peeping Tom if I can. I'll watch your whole family.
On coke?
On anything. Dude, I remember driving to Taco Bell and fucking doing steroids in the car, bro. We used to fucking, you know what I'm saying, bro? Dog, I do 50 mLs just to fucking put down. I don't like shit. Sometimes I'll go back to sleep while I'm sitting there, my legs will fall asleep. Ever had that happen to you, bub?
Yes.
And then you try to get up and you're like, I'm stuck here on shit island.
You gotta fall down and hurt yourself. Can you just imagine that's how you hurt yourself? Like slipping your pants down by your ankles and your numb ass stupid legs.
This guy had a shelf life of 2 to 4 years.
You bang your fucking head into the nightstand like, ow!
And your wife's like, is this
It's the longest flying airplane in the U.S. Air Force.
You KO'd yourself in the toilet room.
Well, I had a dream. I was on an airplane one time, dude. I was flying to Philadelphia, right? And I had a dream that I was doing oral sex, right?
Yeah.
And I was just kind of like that in the air, and this old dude fucking shook me. He's like, get it together.
Wow.
I was on the plane. It was just,
Get it together.
well, yeah, it was just air pussy. Yeah.
Hard jobs should pay more, right?
Yeah, dude.
You know? Because, like, what's harder, being a rapper or being a cop? It's fucking way harder being a cop.
Oh, yeah. I think, yeah.
Rappers get paid way more.
It's true. Cops just, I think a lot of cops will start making albums from Gay Animal Meat is going to be the new thing. You're telling me you're in a restaurant, right?
Right.
No one has ever built
Okay. You can have this lamb, $70 a shank, or you could have this sweet little lamb shank over here for $90. Yeah.
So it's got the firmness of male.
Yeah.
It also has that sweet tenderness of female.
Yeah, it's also been basted from the inside, you know. When I was a
In
kid, I was
1962, Britain and France entered into an agreement to share basic
Makes people really
develop and build a
well, I think I was familiar with being nervous.
Because you're nervous all the time. Like, fuck it, I'll just go be nervous in front of all these people.
When you're on stage, the audience is just a woman.
I'm just trying to get them like you.
You're just trying to get, yeah, you're like, how do we get this to work out, you know?
How do I get you to like me more? There's a certain amount of dick that is a problem. Like, if you have a 12-inch dick.
And the same
You're an
afterburner.
You ever seen that game show? It's Hot Sauce Challenge? Well, yeah, I did it a few years ago. But people are always like, how are the sauces? Well, 7 of them are sauces. A couple of them are fucking shit you used to clean this out of a boat, you know?
Do you think there's any nutritional content in onions?
Let me think about it.
From the onset, the Soviets showed an
I
incredible
don't
amount of
know.
interest.
There might be some sneaky shit
There
that
also
like
be
only like
a
Andrew
mole
Huberman
within
can tell
the
you about.
organization.
You know,
Someone
some
within
weird
the
ingredient.
trust
Like
of
some
the
back,
Kremlin.
like a back-end magnesium or something.
Yeah, some weird, some weird shit. This whole country was filled with nomadic workers, and most of them got killed by fucking smallpox. That's what's crazy.
Oh.
Most of them got killed by the flu and all.
Disillusioned KGB worker named Vasily Mitrokhin said that he had scores of documents that he would willingly hand over in exchange for asylum. When MI6 agents get to Mitrokhin's house in Russia, they find a treasure trove of material, more than 25,000 pages. In total, it's about 6 trunks worth of material.
During his time at KGB, Vasily was actually hand copying notes that he had access to as an archivist. This discovery would turn out to be the largest single source of information ever collected during the entire history of the world.
you energy and keeps you full.
Let's give those guys toasted bread. Evidence of a spy codenamed Ace.
Landa Frost Premium Meat. Now it
Seems to be a British engineer who was leaking information to Soviets. This is how the team worked with the sky.
I've never seen it.
Agent Ace was the mole
This is Jeffrey
that the
Edward
UK had
Epstein,
come
a
for
man who has
suspected
touched
from the
so
very
many
beginning.
lives that former and current presidents of the United States, multi-billionaires and former A-list stars all seem to replicate his X-shaped grind. We'll be looking at whether Dexter Morgan, the infamous Bay Harbor butcher, could take out some of the most popular,
His real name
influential
is
and
Arthur
wealthy
Gregory
clients of
James, and
Jeffrey
he is a
Epstein.
Hong
The
Kong
first client
man
on the
who
ranking
worked
is
in
none other
Britain
than Bill
in the
Gates, better known
1970s.
as
It
the
was discovered
Microsoft
that
guy.
Agent Ace had
He's the
actually
former
supplied the
richest
Soviets
man
with more than
and a massive
90,000
philanthropist.
pages of
Honestly,
documentation
I can finally
related
see
to
where
new
Gates got
aircraft
the
designs over
inspiration
more
for
than a
naming his
decade.
Windows products. Well,
Inside
except
that
for this
supply
one.
of information
Melinda
were
French
details
Gates
related
divorced
to
Bill
the
Gates in 2021 since she knew that both Gates and Epstein touched many young lives and didn't want to be a distraction to Bill Gates.
Great.
Anyways, the question remains, would Dexter be able to hunt down this billionaire geek? You see, Gates always has professional security at all times. His schedule, travel, and residences are tightly controlled and frequently changed, which means there is no way the Bay Harbor butcher could take him out in the open. I know, Gates has been pied in the face in the open once. We're talking about Dexter giving him the butcher special, so it's highly unlikely. And ever since this incident, he's been getting his revenge on humanity ever since, by trying to reduce the population by whatever means necessary. So, the only way I see Dexter taking out Gates is if he's isolated, like in a hotel room, or better yet, on Epstein's Island. Dexter could take his boat from Miami and head to Epstein's Island, stalk Gates, go to his room, and while Gates is touching young lives, Dexter could take him out. Though Dexter would have to be quick and wouldn't be able to do the butchery ritual, since there would probably be young people with Gates and there would be hidden cameras, Dexter would have to worry about that too. So, I'm placing Bill Gates in the messy hunt tier. Extremely risky. Dexter would have to stalk and plan for months to have an opportunity to take out Bill Gates. The second client we're ranking is Donald J. Trump, an orange man who is the 45th and 47th US president, a billionaire, playboy, and most importantly, a Domino's advertiser, where he is most famous for promoting a $5 pizza deal. Other smaller things to know about the guy: he enjoys bullying world leaders and is threatening to take Greenland. Among all the disciples of Epstein, Trump appears to be the biggest. He's been hanging out with Jeff for decades. So, out of the bat, I'm going to put Donald Trump in the dark passenger denied tier. The reason: he's currently the strongest person in the world, probably has more security personnel than people living in Greenland. He has people whose job is literally to taste his food to check if there is any poison in it. So, I don't see Dexter taking him out. The only way I could think of is if Dexter snipes him. But again, there are Secret Service counter-snipers as well, and it would be extremely difficult to flee from the scene. So, yeah, not possible. The third client we're ranking is Chris Tucker, a comedian and actor who is famous for playing Detective James Carter in the Rush Hour film series. Chris has addressed his appearance in the Epstein files by claiming that his connection was limited to a humanitarian trip to Africa with former President Bill Clinton, for which Epstein provided a plane. So, like all of Epstein's clients, Chris also has security personnel and bodyguards whenever he's traveling, performing, or attending events. But unlike billionaires and presidents, Chris doesn't need armed guards 24/7. only having private security when needed. So I really see Dexter being able to pull this one off. Similar to how Dexter took out Jordan Chase in season 5, now Chris could be compared with Jordan, since both are high-profile individuals, one being a comedian.
He was like, he said, that's Prince trying to get your attention. So I turned around and I was like, hey, Prince, how you doing? Small. So I was like, hey, Prince, how you doing? He's so short, you can see his feet on his driver's license, but he's short.
And the other being a motivational speaker. Both
Choose to show up.
Blink and get more with new 2K Plus Smart Security. With Blink 2K Plus,
bit of security. So if Dexter plays his cards right, it wouldn't be a tough matchup. I'm putting Chris Tucker firmly in the Dark Passenger's Delight tier. The next client we're ranking is another geek named Stephen Hawking, an English theoretical physicist, cosmologist, and author. Basically a guy who was obsessed with black holes for some reason. Just by taking a look at the guy, he seems to be an extremely easy target. I mean, the geek doesn't have security like the other geek Gates has. He only has security during public appearances, mainly for crowd control, not personal protection like presidents or billionaires. Hawking had ALS, which left him paralyzed and reliant on a wheelchair and communication devices. The guy could only move 2 fingers, his eyes, and a cheek muscle. So, he's completely cooked.
Can I give you a hug?
The Bay Harbor butcher would probably break into his house, set up a table, and wouldn't even need his M99. I can't think of an easier kill than this one. Oh, and also, Stephen Hawking is already dead, which makes this even easier. I'm putting Stephen Hawking firmly in the plastic wrap speedrun tier. The last client we'll be ranking is another Bill, named Bill Clinton, better known as Bubba. Probably need some ball knowledge to properly understand this nickname. Anyways, he is a former US president, and when he was serving his term, a scandal erupted in 1998. This involved Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky, a White House intern. Their relationship began in 1995, when Clinton was 49 years old and Lewinsky was 22. It was revealed that Clinton had engaged in relations with Lewinsky while she worked at the White House. Clinton initially denied the affair under oath, famously saying,
I'm going to say this again. I did not have relations with that woman.
The scandal was investigated by independent counsel Kenneth Starr, which led to the Lewinsky tapes and testimony. Clinton was impeached by the House of Representatives in 1998 on charges of perjury and obstruction of justice. He was acquitted by the Senate in 1999 and remained in office until the end of his second term in 2001. Monica Lewinsky stated that she had 9 sexual encounters with President Bill Clinton in the Oval Office. So yeah, we can clearly see that if Bill Clinton was doing all this at the White House, we can only imagine what he was doing on Epstein's Island. I mean, take a look at this video of Bill Clinton being asked about the Epstein files.
Any comments on your allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein?
The community starts to believe that Project Blue Book is designed to discontinue UFO conspiracies instead of actually.
He probably reminisces about the good old times in his mind. He probably remembers the days when there were
but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're alien spacecraft. The mystery is in some ways just as challenging as an actual secret. Still today, the U.S. government is just as likely to classify its ignorance as it is its knowledge.
Even on an antidepressant, there are days I feel stuck in my head. Depression symptoms, like lack of interest and negative thoughts, can hold me back. It's about Vraylar. Adding Vraylar to an antidepressant significantly reduces overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone. Not for elderly with dementia-related psychosis due to increased risk of death.
Kid Rock is
changes in
Mr.
behavior or
He came
suicidal
to the
thoughts
convention
during
and not
also
being
famously
active
sees
with a
those
lot.
under 25.
He's a great guy. He's just a great guy. He's popular, very popular.
He's definitely a
High
real
blood sugar may lead to
person.
coma or death, weight and psychological vapors. Uncontrolled movements, tremors, feeling like you need to move, nausea, constipation, insomnia, dizziness, increased appetite, and fatigue are common. side effects may not appear for weeks. Pray live.
Chat, next video. Joe Bartolozzi out of context. Somebody made this video 3 months ago. Never saw it. We'll give it a watch.
Because when you connect your accounts, you only be ways to save more.
Why did I say that?
Extra
Nobody
funds.
commit a war crime. I remember that. Dude, the issue with half of these clips is I don't remember whatever happened.
Get started. 15 years into the curve. Full of skies.
So if you fuck your first cousin.
Ambitious U.S. general.
When did I say that?
Winter's night in 1961.
Funniest person in Ohio.
North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Why are you in Mexico?
It's just before midnight on an unusually warm evening in small
See this guy?
The residents are still
addicted
awake.
to crack.
Something in their lives, strange red light.
I bet you got people on crack.
Just a single
Crack.
ray on
He's
fire
oh
dancing over
my
their
gosh. I hate American movies. They won't kill children. That was not even out of context. That was not even out of context. That's a standalone statement. I hate American movies because they don't kill children. It's like they plot on it. Because, it's a rated R movie. We're gonna the villain's gonna slaughter fucking 500 people. Oh, but it's too fucked up to murder a toddler.
Like instantaneously, just about.
If we're painting it that this guy's the craziest dude ever. Oh, he has no morals. But then the whole save a child. Like, what?
Hold
your child? I'm like, yeah.
Plane and scattered deadly cargo. 3.8 megaton thermonuclear bombs.
I was not going to burn down the local McDonald's and actually shove a fist up your ass. Like this whole thing, elbow up. There's a mound of seaweed the size of Georgia floating through the Caribbean.
Great job.
Well, that was the most scared I've ever been. No. Summer of 58, I was more scared.
U.S. Air Force is going to be ready to deliver.
I thought that motherfucker was gonna bend me over when I fucking dropped that shit. Have fun in the work camps.
I might start going crazy.
At any time, should they launch these missiles at us?
These are so bad.
Brief shining moment.
May not
Head
have
of the United States.
taken a grocery cart back to my friend's house.
They had that first strike.
That's not even out of context. I took a grocery cart one time. I didn't steal it from the grocery store. It's like a mile away from the grocery store. It's just sitting in the middle of the road. I don't have some.
In 1960s, you're thinking this is exactly how we ensure that the United States survives should the full war get waged war.
I promise you, I will disappoint you.
In the air, 24/7.
So General Howard and his planners developed these routes that will go along the Soviet border and come back out.
These are grueling missions that are testing the limits of human endurance. The reality was that they're still going in a B-52 over the Arctic Circle, waiting to start a nuclear.
They have to be refueled while in flight.
The Vermont incident.
Planes are carrying a nuclear payload.
You have an American strategic bomber thundering through the sky at 40,000 feet with a bomb bay full of thermonuclear weapons, trying to receive currency from another airplane while they both bounce around in turbulent air. Possibly. Wrap your head around it. Think about that. There are at least two on every plane.
But General Howard and our military think it's worth the risk.
After the Airborne Alert Program has been in secret operation for years, General Howard decides to make it public January 18th, 1961. He wants to use its existence as a deterrent to the Soviets. After his announcement, Howard springs a fuel leak. Lieutenants of Goldsboro end up running for their lives from two
inside of fighter jets and
That's patrol strikes.
to keep my
The military evacuate locals, cordons off the area, and brings in a crack team of bomb disposal experts. One of the bombs is very easy to find, safely hanging from a tree, ready for the government to take it away. Now the second bomb, that one's a bit harder to get to. The second bomb experiences a failure to deploy its retarding parachute, and the result is it slams into the surface of the earth, going 700 miles an hour, and digs itself into a depth of 180 feet.
The authorities dig for 7 days and nights under floodlights in rain, snow to try and find the bomb. One wrong move and it could all boom.
So finally, they decide that further digging represented a greater danger. They isolating the device.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. No, get those lights off!
Whoever states that the owner is not to go more than 5 feet into the
They're
ground.
too bright. Turn them off. Turn them off. Let's go. Ready? Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
Detailing the crash, compiled by a senior nuclear weapons safety officer, reveals the margin near this.
Abu Bakar
Joe.
al-Baghdadi.
Abdub.
Latin music superstar Nicky Jam. You know Nicky? Where's Nicky? Where's Nicky? Thank you,
As if
Nicky.
by miracle,
Great
it stopped.
having you
Fire
here.
spinning. For one
Now
tiny
you have to get it. Oh, look.
in North Carolina.
I'm glad he came up.
So the second big being the one that is buried deep in the soil of Goldsboro. This house century has it around, so I guess there's one.
I have a great relationship with the blacks. I've always had a great relationship with the blacks.
We won with the 60s. The Soviets released one of the most
We won with highly educated. We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
must-have weapon in the skies is not for sale to Russia's enemy. So, the only
Darling, darling, is the wind blowing today? I'd like to watch television, darling. Nobody has done more for the black
In the
community
1960s, the
than
Soviet
Donald
Union
Trump.
created a
And
brand
if you
new
look,
cutting-edge
with the
fighter
exception
jet that
of
had the entire
Abraham Lincoln,
Western world
possible
on edge.
exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln,
This game changer. It's so fast and agile that it becomes the biggest selling fighter in history.
only promoting Indian
It
heritage.
is
I
also
didn't know
designed to
she
be
was black.
simple to make and
Until
cheap
a
to
number of
produce,
years ago
which
when
means
she
Air
happened to
Forces
turn
don't have
black,
lots of
and
them.
now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
She has always
But you know
identified as a black woman.
Conflicts of nation, Israel. This nimble fighter plans
we have to
Israel
win
is
in
surrounded
November.
on all
But
sides
we're
by
not going to have
hostile neighbors.
Pennsylvania. They'll change the name. They're going to change the name of Pennsylvania.
From the Soviet Union.
Like you go person,
What the Israelis want to do
man,
is study the big
camera, TV.
They want to know its
So
potential
they say,
weaknesses
could you repeat that?
and ensure their own
So
ability
they
to
said, yeah.
maintain air
So it's person, woman.
Israel's primary concern
Man,
is this
camera,
new fighter
TV.
jet could tip
Okay,
the scales
that's
of
very
power for any future
If
war
you get
that
it in
might break
order,
out
you
from
get
Israel.
extra points.
Silent if the lose air superiority, they'll lose the war.
The late great Hannibal Lecter.
Will cease to
A
exist.
wonderful man. He oftentimes would have a friendly dinner.
Commander of the
also
Israeli
pray
Air Force
for the
tells
people
the
of
head of Israeli
Atlanta.
intelligence agencies, Mayor, I mean,
We love
if you can bring me a MiG, you have done me a good day's service.
Showers with the other pros that came out of there. They said, oh my
Hatches a
God.
covert plan to steal a MiG-21
That's
right
unbelievable.
under the noses of
Oh, look at my
Israeli
African American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking about?
Israelis
Okay.
starting to make
This is a
approaches
tough
to
hurricane.
pilots in a
One
lot
of the
different
wettest
countries.
we've ever seen
Israelis
from the
identify
standpoint
Iran
of
as
water.
being
I'll
near
kiss
and
every
they
guy,
identify as
man
Iran
and
because
woman,
in an
man
Islamic
and woman.
country,
Look at that guy, how
he's a
handsome.
Christian.
I'll kiss him.
They orchestrate
Not,
a meeting
not
in
with a
hotel
lot of
room.
enjoyment, but that's okay. I think we're gonna have a good night tonight. We going home to watch
Agency's
television.
top spy
I think
chief
we're gonna have a
even
good night.
watches the entire meeting covertly through people. As a deputy commander of Iraqi MiG squadron,
I'm the one wanted to bring back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. All right, people in Ohio are very proud of me. Where I can stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like a gun.
Cases everywhere, and all spies and everything. There's a deep, real relationship between us and them. Just because we don't disagree political idealizations doesn't mean that we function and be together. So we have to do is think in terms of what can I do to inspire them to feel safe with me.
You can't
No,
do
that
that.
action they need
And
some
now
of their
they're
lives.
making Ghostbusters
It's a very
with only
delicate
women.
process to
What's
create
going
a
on?
defector, to turn a patriot into a traitor. And every defector comes with their own interests, their own needs. Sometimes it's education, sometimes it's finances. But in every case, all a defector is looking for is to have some sort of control over their future. Redfed is offered $1 million, Israeli citizenship, and safe passage for his entire family if he agrees to fly his MiG-21 to Israel.
For the deal, but there's one significant setback.
As a Christian,
On episode 351 of the Impulsive Podcast, Bobby Lee made one single joke which completely wrecked the relationship between the three hosts, Logan, Mike, and most notably George.
Is he really mad? Is he really mad?
Oh,
I have beef with the guy.
For context, Logan and Mike created the podcast back in late 2018, and it's safe to say that these two have always had excellent chemistry. Their personalities work well together, they seem to be pretty good friends, and generally speaking, they exhibit a similar level of status. Keeping a permanent third host, on the other hand, has proven much more difficult. The first 150 episodes featured a third host named Spencer, who eventually left the podcast to move to Hawaii, after which the role went to Logan's childhood friend Mac, who'd then also leave after getting into a fight with Mike over their difference in interests. On episode 219 in September 2020, the next and most recent third host was announced as George Janko,
Introducing the third co-host of Impulsive, my best friend, George Janko.
who was certainly different to the previous two. George was introduced as a more emotional counterpart to Logan and Mike, as he had a reputation for wearing his heart on his sleeve, while Logan and Mike were almost the exact opposite. In addition to this, George was a devout Christian, with discussion about his own spirituality, adding another layer of contrast to what had previously been a non-religious show. Outside of Impulsive, George practiced the art of stand-up comedy, although it'd be through comedy that he'd eventually meet his ruin. One thing was glaringly obvious from George's very first appearance. He simply wasn't on the same level as Logan and Mike. Logan has succeeded with everything from vlogs to Prime, while Mike has overcome his own set of challenges and has proven himself as a fantastic interviewer who meshes well with almost every guest on the show. George, on the other hand, has always felt a little too much like just another guy who Logan met at the gym.
Logan, I met him at a gym.
George never had the chance to refine his interviewing skills to the same degree as Logan and Mike, which is only accentuated by his seating position to the right of the guest, making it much harder for George to engage in conversation. The obvious imbalance between George, Logan, Mike, and usually the guest as well, leaves George with a needy personality and an overpowering desire for approval, leading to over-the-top questions and comments, often producing a clunky viewing experience.
I need to know more about you. How did you figure out that this entertainment world was a cult? That's what I was gonna say. Well, I said it, so I was gonna say. No, I said it. No, it's good. It's good. I was already funnier than the kids around me, so I was like, I can tell the joke that they're gonna make fun of me, but even better. And I made it about myself. So I was like making fun of myself, like really
Generally speaking, George's attitude wasn't severe enough to upset any of the guests. However, on episode 346 with Shaquille O'Neal, George was slapped in the face with a bit of a reality check. For the first 11 minutes of the podcast, George didn't say a single word, leading Shaq to confront him about his lack of input.
Hold on, you ain't gonna ask me a question?
He likes to wait till he's got. Well, listen, man, I read the Bible a lot when they talk about David and Goliath. I've never seen a giant.
Project Avatar is the brainchild of a British engineer named John
That's the question. Please.
I'm just sitting. I have
drunk?
I have one question. There's a chance. 2 seconds.
After making the excuse that he couldn't hear due to his headphones, George sat quietly for another 11 minutes, after which he was scolded again.
What the fuck are you doing here? Ask a question, jeez. Who's your partner? Who's the question, dude. Jeez. You just sitting there like a bobblehead dog.
No, I'm so sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you because I couldn't hear.
And it's safe to say that this put a permanent dent in George's confidence. He'd already joked about how difficult it was to be the third host in the past.
It's hard to be the third person on a podcast. You feel very vocal.
And after the Shaquille O'Neal episode, it was obvious that George's confidence had fallen off a cliff.
And then recently I've been just getting really nervous that I'm not doing well enough for the podcast.
Only 5 episodes after Shaq roasted George, Bobby Lee would join the show for impulsive 351, during which one single joke would send the show into turmoil. The episode began with Bobby taking a little jab at George by suggesting that Mike was cooler.
You have everything. So this guy, cool friends like this guy?
Yet things became a little more contentious when George took it from fun to borderline aggressive.
Some people just don't like sucking dick. Now turn around and know the wisdom I see.
Before displaying more arrogance just a few minutes later.
How about you? First of all, what's my name?
Sensing George's clear insecurity, Bobby began to roast George whenever he got the opportunity.
You have a girlfriend? Yes. Is that your girlfriend? Without saying, you wouldn't get that.
Although the ultimate roast would come after George went on a 2.5-minute monologue about the struggles he faced in his life.
And I don't mean this in a cocky way, but like, you just put me on a very strong path. And it made a lot of my avenues blow up. So I'm very blessed, but I didn't know it was going to be here. So, it's like that's... That was a long monologue. It was just wait. Let me just say something. I love what you were saying. But you know, I got what you're saying, and it's really inspiring. Can I say something? First of all, don't touch me. Do not touch me. Yeah, we just need writers to edit that out. Like if we had a staff of writers, they'd be like, yeah, we'll cut that. But essentially, it was a really good monologue. Usually when I do my comedy, I don't have writers. But my point is...
For the rest of the podcast, George went into his own little world, except for when Bobby got his attention just so he could roast him again.
What I'm saying is that we were talking for that 30 minutes.
Eventually leading George to walk off the podcast, get in an Uber, and leave without saying goodbye. The episode...
This isn't a get ready for shopping season. Find 80% lean ground beef for just $3.99 a pound. Stock up on Stouffer's mac and cheese here at $1.99 a pound, and you can grab Dole premium bananas for just 39 cents a pound. Stop in this Thursday through Sunday to shop, save, and enjoy life.
See how early childhood educators unlock the mysteries of learning. It starts when children are very young, which is a magical time of wonder. But it's also a critical period for brain growth and social skills. That's why early childhood education is so important. These programs support math and literacy skills and foster emotional development. And it all starts with dedicated educators who nurture children and lay the foundation for lifelong success. Now that really is magical. Discover how early childhood education changes lives for the better.
Possible to call yourself a comedian if you can't handle being slaughtered by other comedians, especially the Captain Bob himself. George tells everyone he's going to be the best comedian alive, but he can't take a joke from the legendary Bobby Lee. It's like a badge of honor. How does he think most comedians communicate with each other? I've always thought George thinks he's funnier than he really is. And when people roast him, he gets super butthurt like this generation. Things became worse for George after this video by Jamari gained well over 1 million views, leading George to address the criticism in the following episode of Impulsive by arrogantly stating that he enjoyed all the hatred.
I love that people are just commenting and getting shows things. It made me realize, like, oh, I really don't care. I want to be in their heads more. Like, I like it.
Love how George is trying to act like he's not heard about this when he had to leave the pod because Bobby Lee, out of all people, almost made him cry. Dude is a clown. A week after George responded, Logan appeared on Bobby Lee's podcast, Tiger Belly, where Bobby took a moment to talk about George's behavior.
What he did was unprofessional. I was a guest. He walked out on a guest. If this guy right here walked out on a guest, he would be reprimanded.
Before roasting him yet again.
If you had walked out, right, it would have been like, oh, it's over. But him walking out was just kind of like, let's keep going.
Bobby and Logan then decided that they should get George on a call.
Can you give me his number?
You want to settle this right now?
Yeah, I'm gonna call right now.
leading Bobby and George to fix their relationship.
I would apologize for my behavior on your podcast. Bobby Lee, you shut your mouth. I'm apologizing to you. I left you. You were on. I want to pull back my apology then. Because I too. I literally did not feel sorry. I pulled out of the apology. I don't feel sorry, but I will accept yours, right? And hopefully, when I come back to your podcast, we can make it right.
However, it was obvious that the whole thing had caused a serious fracture between George and Logan, becoming most obvious when they get into an almost hour-long argument, only 5 episodes after the Bobby Lee podcast.
I know people that hate me, that treat me better about my faith than you do. One that really hurt me is you told me I need a therapist because I believe in Jesus. That one hurt me.
No, I didn't. I said you need a therapist because Jesus isn't quite doing it for you. Which is
Maybe that's true. And I understand that. What do I need a therapist for?
Jesus isn't doing it for you.
What do I need a therapist for?
I don't believe you're as emotionally mature as you.
I'm not emotionally intelligent. Pick a time and frame any day of our life.
Here's one. 3 weeks ago when you were sitting in that chair, you stormed off this exact podcast because you were upset about something the comedian said.
Logan did apologize in their very next episode together.
My attitude towards you on that episode and my belittling of your beliefs was not appropriate at all.
However, George seemed to realize that his days of impulsive were numbered, as he created his own podcast before clickbaiting the first episode with the title, Why George Janko is Not on Impulsive, implying that he'd left the group. George used the video to explain that this hadn't really happened.
Obviously, I'm still on Impulsive, guys. For any of you guys that are like, oh, their beef situation, and now he's starting his own like lane.
Even going so far as to say their relationship was as good as ever.
Me, Logan, and Mike.
Yet it was obvious that this clickbait video had annoyed Logan.
I'm just doing this for a couple weeks so that I can read and clickbait that while I left Impulsive. That's good. It's good stuff. It's been done. It's been done many times. It works. By who? Oh, well, you can make a real living for yourself. We've seen the model.
Resulting in more and more uncomfortable moments on the podcast.
You don't give a shit about
says that she has multiple
It's like bands that hate each other that have to get on stage. Everybody has to play for the audience. Like, yo, let's do our hit song. We don't like. We have to.
That's not true. That's not true. I like Mike. George.
You don't say.
Only 3 episodes after comparing themselves to a band forced to play together, George disappeared from the show without warning, leading fans to speculate on whether or not he'd been booted. Mike refused to elaborate on the situation when asked by Aiden Ross.
Why is George not on Impulse anymore? Is that like a big deal on that?
Although only 1 month later on an episode of Jeff FM with Mike and Tana Mojo, Tana accidentally said this.
We are really impulsive. I'm sorry.
We are. It's
Y'all having like a rebrand and George is like, this is it.
At around the same point in time, George unfollowed both Logan and Mike on Instagram, which was followed by Impulsive changing their profile picture from this to this, as well as their banner from this to this. All of this had happened silently with no input from the hosts. However, on the 26th of April 2023, George would post to Twitter, I wasn't going to talk, but now I am, implying that some pretty heavy stuff had gone down behind the scenes. Replies on the post encouraged George to keep the drama private, yet on the 31st of May, approximately 1 month later, another tweet was made stating, to the Impulsive fans, I'm so sorry I can't speak about things, not my choice. I do love you guys, and for those of you sending in a clip of them talking shit, it's all love. I've already moved on from that toxic environment, confirming that he was no longer on the podcast. The post received replies slamming George such as, mate, you sat there not speaking for 90% of the time. What are we missing? Your silence? To which he'd respond by stating, you think I wanted to be quiet, ha ha ha. Yet this kind of statement is representative of why he's unsuitable for the podcast. He cares way too much about how other people view him. If you're the type of person who gets defensive and feels like you always have to be in the right, you're probably better suited to a Facebook comment section and not a career on YouTube. Despite this, George has seen some success with the George Janko show, yet Logan hasn't been able to resist roasting George's low view count.
I love this album. It exists because people watch. And without people watching, I just have a show like
Since then, George has stated that he simply wants to distance himself from Mike and Logan.
I'm at a point right now where I want distance from both of them. I don't want anything to do with it, and I'll just move on.
Which seems to be the best possible outcome for everybody involved.
What makes Arby's $7.99 pay 3 bucks even better? Fish. That's right. The meal that gives you
Boys stays 25 times drier than when eating period pad. Try boys.
Emails.
I am.
sandwich to a combo for $1 or 100 pennies. But you gotta count.
And some energy.
Only paid for convenience.
I have ushers in
Supporting Pennsylvania
where
jobs,
conditions
ongoing and
all of my vision.
wider energy future with smart policies. Pennsylvania is unstoppable.
This is America's most racist man and actual leader of the KKK, Tom Raw. And this is a story about how a unique friendship began. That's a little bit my bad. Wrong Tom. This is America's second most racist man and member of the KKK, Tom Mooney. And this is a story about how a unique friendship began and how the lines of division began to be blurred on my second trip inside of America's most racist town.
You guys are probably wondering, why do you have a bunch of missing flyers for Tom? Well, as you guys know, I went to the most racist town 2 years ago. Since then, a lot has changed. I mean, Hootie took over the whole town and now he's their friend with Tom. The KKK is still very savage, but I feel like they're at least including a lot more black people. I mean, every other day on my For You page, I see a black person talking to Tom. I want to meet up with Tom because I have a proposition for a video for him. And I feel like the only way I can tell him this is in person. But first, we're going to infiltrate the most racist town and we're going to find Mr. Racist himself.
Every government has them. None likes to admit that they exist. Sometimes, investment bases do get exposed.
Right there. What's the problem? I gotta go?
It's like 5 ongoing.
I mean, I don't want no problem, man. It's white pride. White power. I'm an ally, brother. I'm an ally. We got kicked out. Here we are. I think I got the mayor's number, actually.
Ends up crashing into the side of the mountain on the bridge.
Guess where I am? Yes, sir.
The rest can't get to the top of this mountain.
Yo, let's do it. Yes, sir. Yo, on everything that wasn't scripted, I got an award. Yo. We gotta find Mr. Tom. We're gonna pull up to the Harrison, Arkansas police station. I'm gonna file a missing person report. And we're not leaving until we meet him. And after we meet him, we gotta go to the city hall meeting. So I think we gotta stay for another day.
Realize that there's a whole infrastructure of the city hall meeting that isn't on any map. The land is actually
I'm trying to find my friend Tom. I haven't seen
COD
him
just
in 2
claims
years.
that, it's nothing but a weather monitor. Nothing special about this area.
I have no idea. We're like friends. We're not best friends.
Journalists
But he
keep
comes best
bullshit
friends.
to figure out
All
what
those things,
secrets
Tom,
this
he
revealed
likes
to this
pure
island.
white bread.
And eventually,
Like,
in Senate hearings in a year after the crash, the Pentagon finally first existed
you got
and the
it.
purpose
You think maybe we can
of
go
this
like
black
a
site.
Guinness registry or something? Like look for people with weird teeth?
It's
And
truly
like, you know, down and search a little bit.
top secret.
Just be like, yo, where's the black guy at? I mean, I'm the only black guy in town, so. Well, I appreciate your help, though. Lockie. Lockie, well, you have a beautiful day just like yourself. Bro, that's how you know things changed. They got KFC, and that's just a regular KFC, bro. That's your bro. This place has totally changed. Like before this time looked like it was in like the 1950s. Now it looks like it's in actually the 21st century. That's actually crazy. Walmart's basically everywhere in the country. That's definitely changed. Just for old time's sake, we gotta do it. You know, let's give me a high five. Let's go. Here, if you can, I'm looking for this man right here. His name's Tom.
Oh, I know. I watched that video, actually.
Oh, no, Love Infinity. Like, his racism knows no bounds. See?
Instead of blue black planets.
Okay. So if you like pull up that, bro, they're not gonna touch me if I got Jesus on my side. Just let the people know. Pass it around. Everybody I show this picture to, they're gonna recognize him. How you doing, man? You know I can find him.
I've seen your videos, but now.
By chance, you know who my friend Tom is? I haven't seen him in 2 years. I feel like he went Hollywood on me ever since like he collabed with Hootie. I know he's doing crazy numbers, but like, bro, white 3 teeth, white guy, fan of Eminem. Jack Harlow, any white rapper.
I'm not racist. That's what you're saying. I'm a good. Some of my best friends I had.
I don't think you're a racist at all, man.
Everybody thinks he's a racist, and he may be.
I think he's just misunderstood. Here, just take that with you. In case you see him, just let me know. I'm the only black guy in town, so it won't be hard to find him. 7 to 8 of us?
So we conspire Pennsylvania all day long. People inside barely even know.
I can't see how we are.
It's activity.
I'm looking for my friend Tom, that's all. Do you know where I can find Tom, man? Ma'am, do you know where I can find Tom?
Berryville, Virginia. We got people there that's like,
I'm an OG though, so I feel like, I should be grandfathered in.
1960.
Movie. Let's just leave this here. No. But, I'm not copying nobody. I came here first. Okay? I knew they had someone come in here at least once a month. Hey guys, I'm getting kicked out right now. But they said they have YouTubers coming here at least once a month. So I just want to say I'm not that guy. I got Mayor Jackson's number in my phone. I'm not trying to pull any clout cars or nothing. He was pull through the city hall and then, we're going to give him an award. Is he a higher, command? I'm low-key level hopping. I mean, I was shooting in 4K, but then when it came around, the quality dropped to 1080p. But then once you got back on screen, I think we're in 8K now. So, I appreciate you, man. You're getting our quality levels up. So all I want to do is just, I'm trying to find Tom. I just want him to come to my award ceremony tonight. And I want you to be there, too. It's at 6 p.m. in City Hall. Will you be there? But, bro, man, I don't want to be a nuisance. I don't want to be a problem. I'm going to dip out. If you can, just hop on the intercom for me. Tell him I'm looking for Tom. I'm the only black guy in town. So, you can pull up with me, Michael? Let me know when you're on your lunch break, bro, okay? And then we'll bring you back up to 4K.
Over 700,000 scripts.
Thank you, John.
That's the size of 4 baseball. So it's supposedly going to 2,000.
If you don't know who this is the one and only Thomas Raw, a white supremacist leader and national director of the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, an actual terrorist organization labeled by the FBI. Basically, he's the real-life Palpatine. Mr. Raw, I thought you died.
Well, I did. He touched that.
I saw that on Twitter. I saw that thing. I almost cried. But you're not the Tom I'm actually looking for. I'm looking for this Tom. I know you're the leader of the KKK, but you got more confidence. You know where I can find Tom? I mean, why did you get Nick over the interview and you didn't get me in? How do you like Nick's interview?
Thomas Robb, I'm going to highlight the government officials in the and they start conversation about my involvement rights of the Ku Klux Klan. I asked several hundred villages, several hundred
But you talk about the other BBC.
and they're all being evacuated.
That's what I was saying.
They're not being informed. So they're trying to question. So you can't blame for that.
You can't blame a hustler. Them Brits.
I don't blame them for that. I mean, we're trying to make a living.
I mean, how can we trust a Brit? He beat me in the biggest minutes.
Yeah. Here's my phone bills. Circulating.
What's wrong? You got to get your number. Maybe we can do something with it. Probably not. Well, here's the Mayor Jackson. He's actually giving me a award tonight.
So some cheap drinking.
I would love for you to be there, man.
I guess so.
Please be there for me. I don't care for this. Okay. Can I take a picture with you? Is that cool? Thank you, Tom. I wish you were the Tom we were looking for.
Well, he's still there, I guess. I don't know about that. That's not too
Oh, my bad.
I know he's already got a video, so
Look at this. I'm gonna go look for him. Nice to meet you, Mr. Tom. You're a blessed one. Oh, thank you. Hey, that's the women that's white about me. Have a nice day, Mr. Tom. We just randomly ran into the leader of the KKK. And he shook my hand. Bro, I guess I'm the new voice in the village. What is life? We were looking for Tom, and we found the one and only Tom freaking Raw. I know everybody's like, fake. I wish this was fake, but this is not fake. Nico! Bro, you don't believe who I just saw? No, but I tried to. You met him though. That's why I talked about you, and he was like, yeah, he checked me. And I was like, really? How did he check you? And he was like, I asked him if he was part of the BBC, the British broadcast. I was like, but he wasn't. He was with the other BBC. And he was like, oh, no, I thought it was funny. I put my hand around Tom Robb, and he was like, oh, that's a little bit too much.
desperately trying to catch up to the West. Soviets installed network weapons grade plutonium processing.
I mean Tom Ross. I'm like, you're not the Tom I'm looking for. Now we're in sync, trying to find Tom.
It's the National authorities.
We here.
It's constructed at breakneck speed.
Tom, this is where we always be. Tom, do you remember me?
All shipped in from Gulag. It's
Yes, sir.
It's 45
How you doing, man?
exclusion zone.
Now I haven't changed. I've only got this one rock. The white rock's better than me. I'm not racing against rock. I ran into the OG Tom. Tom Ross. Oh,
even though there's not
I asked him if I could join. He said he can make an exception for me. They haven't seen home today, right? And basically, they're gonna give me an award today. Mr. Tom, I would love to.
1957. Disaster strikes.
I think they say all meetings in the get 6 today. Y'all might not like all black people, but at least we like it. We gotta be honest, Mr. Tom. You gotta at least like me.
Explodes with the force of 70 tons of TNT. An explosion showers the surrounding area with irradiated.
You gotta come.
This is an area covering 17 separate settlements and over 250,000
Some beet soup? I'm down.
mostly evacuated without explanation.
Oh,
Revelations are central because without their statement, no media comes.
What did Mayor Jackson do?
20 years later, there's a new twist.
Oh, that's what I want. Hold on, I don't know if you be watching the comment section, but like, even though you be saying some of the most out-of-pocket stuff, everybody loves it.
If I truly dislike you, and I decided to call you N-word to your face,
They kept quiet about it because they think that news of the tragedy might turn public opinion away from the U.S.'s own.
That's the ultimate disrespect.
I see a lot more people like on X kind of have your point of view. People might not agree on like the separation and stuff like that, racism.
A lot already
Like Sierra and Admiral were similarly treated on
You know what white like? Say 100 of you move all that, okay? White people don't do that. But they never say they're doing it because black people moved into the area. I gotta leave. They moved because the crime rate went up. You gotta admit that's a black crime.
Well, I can't say that's only a black thing.
It's going up. It's blacker or Hispanic.
Let's say I moved into this neighborhood. Would you white flight?
Oh no, no.
What about 100 black people?
Oh shit. And no one ever says that.
I look at it like this, you know, where people might not agree with your views, people could appreciate your honesty.
I don't have any animosity towards non-whites. I don't love them nor hate them. But the people I do hold animosity to are white, anti-white. Stuff like Jackson.
Okay.
He denigrates white people who damn sure better men than he could ever hope to be. I hate his guts. He was burning. I'd watch him giggle and piss on him.
Hey, so you would do what Michael did to Trevor in GTA, didn't you?
Oh, I don't watch television.
Oh. Well, basically, they set Trevor on fire.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
Oh, you just watch. Like there's a thing going on now where women are shaving their heads.
And no sex till 2028.
Yeah. What do you think about stuff like that?
Well, the ones who did it,
To place a vast
all the time. Chlorine is Do you believe in
That's just what the U.S. did in the World War.
and I ain't going to heaven anyway.
Well, oh, why you say that?
The only way you can get into
It's
heaven
1956, and the U.S. Department of Defense releases a documentary about this ground research station in Greenland, 800 miles.
I love my mom, my girl, even my kid, but like I can't choose anybody over my Lord and Savior.
It's just an incredibly difficult environment to operate. Army Colonel tasked with constructing a polar city. It's housed in huge covered laboratories, a hospital, even a chapel and barbershop. The documentary presents the being well ahead of its time
world's first portable nuclear.
Today is Sunday, February 22nd at 10:22 p.m. and I hear you snoring.
And one of the most difficult. As wild as that is, that's not even the craziest thing about this.
If few people know it. It's real years to construct an immense nuclear.
They would have died. They all would have died. But he died for you. But they never have to die for you. Jesus did die for you. I was not afraid. You know what's crazy? There's actually a verse in the Bible that deals with Matthew where Jesus says, I did not come to bring peace but a sword. Have truth for the nuclear war could be peace on the earth.
Ice worm will get the
To survive it.
So you know Bible. I know. Oh, but we're right at people. Like, what do you know? What do you think about the LGBT community? Mental illness. You guys have the LGBT community.
The Russians initiated a nuclear.
What would you want to replace Pride Month?
It is secondary based in
Like History Month, maybe?
retaliatory counterattack.
Okay, you gotta keep one. Pride Month?
Last century, fucking story is so insane. It's full of corruption. They did actually do experiments there, and it was basically a test bed under the warranty guys. In the end, the success of Project Iceman doesn't from the landscape. The Greenland ice cap. You just can't maintain a permanent structure underneath the ice.
Bro, I just got off a meeting with my uncle. He fell asleep. I heard him snoring. So yeah. But also, even when he's asleep, I still feel sad of leaving the meeting. Even, like I said, even though he's sleeping. I don't know why I decided this. I started this in like November. Well, and there was since that I had CBC nights. Except for on a few nights, like if I'm with my mom in the car or whatever, or if I have like in another meeting at that time, I'll not be on a meeting with my uncle. I'll just hop on after that thing that I'm doing. So yeah, so that. I don't know. Well, I started in smaller aviation career in a few games. I'm really intrigued on one aircraft. I don't know if I should, what was a passenger jet, a passenger thing. I don't know if I should go into cargo or passenger, but I'll figure it out. Plus also, personally, but still cars driving on the highway since I live near Route 30. It's 10:30 p.m. basically. I couldn't if you work late, or if you're a trucker. this is only for when I see cars out there. Sometimes I see cars driving on the highway at like 1 a.m. somehow. So, yeah, there's that. I'm sorry to late, bro. No. Well, as you can see, I have a lot of things to say. I'm basically having I'm probably going to have way more than 3 minutes of audio recordings, but, like I said, I don't know if I should go into cargo or passenger, or military, since there are some military jets in the game that I use. But I'm probably going to go into cargo. Don't really have to deal with passengers complaining and all that. Don't really have to deal with flight attendants. Just see your co-pilot, possibly even a flight engineer, depending on the aircraft. So yeah. I don't know what else to talk about. Like I said, this is probably going to be my last audio recording for tonight. So yeah.
How much you think you're being called and on this path when you're on it? How much are you got your hands on the wheel? You're driving, man.
Thank God, man. No one's framed any question. Good chat. I ain't even like one again. How we doing, ladies and gentlemen? I'm back. Oh man, I just know chat, dude. They be getting me mad, man. You see? Chat, when you see a bad comment, say bad. Dude, oh my, dude, they be making me so mad, bro. They be making me so mad. Just wait till you see one, chat. Chat, just wait till you see. Luckily, there'll be somebody that like replies to him, be like, bro, are you serious? Yeah, dudes like this come out, bro, ate all the analogies. Like, buddy, what? Let's see. Yo, look, there's people that are like, there's people that are actually smart in here, dude. Dude, chat, just wait till you see some of them. Just wait. Love how he asked chat, do you believe in Bigfoot while we're already watching one? Yo, how do you ban somebody from watching YouTube videos? Like, what? Come on. Chat, just wait. They're like usually in the in one spot. And this dude talking about you better not mess with Slap Ham. What did I say about Slap Ham? What you mean I better not mess with Slap? I didn't even say nothing. Hold on. Hold on. Chat, but you do notice that most people agree, right? Most people agree. But the ones that you know aren't gonna agree have the like, oh, dude, chat. Ooh, man. Come on, man. Let's see. Chat, y'all seen a bad one yet? Now I really hope for a Case, Sam, and Colby collab, since they really invite people who are skeptics. I'm really curious how Case will react once they bring him somewhere haunted. Yes, if I am in a dark, abandoned building at night, I'm going to be scared, because I'm in a dark, abandoned building at night. But Look at Bubble 14. Goofy name, but he said some true stuff right here. The thing that makes me not believe any of this is because why are these people videoing this stuff anyways? Like, how do they know something creepy will... Also, oh man, Chad, I hope y'all see the comments. This dude was like, yeah, bro, he blames everything on fishing line. I guess people are just walking around with fishing line in their pocket. Yeah, they are, but they're gonna shoot a fake video! Like what? Chad, these are real, man. This dude said, of course, he watches Slap Ham. Well, let's see. Case is built like melted ice cream with headphones from 7 Minutes. Where they, bro would break the fishing line. Yo, chat, come on, man. That's from a minute ago. I'm looking for the old ones. Hold on. Chat, just wait. They're in here. Chat, just wait. They're in here. Just wait. The important question is, who is pulling the kid under the bed and why? Hey, Miss Shirley Mae Matthews, grade 26. No one was pulling her under the bed. She was crawling. Chat, hold on. Hold on.
This is Bentley, the guy addicted to lip gloss.
Wait, Luxury Dark? Wait, chat, are they good? Do they have real ones? Luxury Dark? Are they real? I'm gonna type it in just so we can get it ready. Chat, you will lose faith in humanity when you see these. Imagine uploading a video from horror fans only for Queso to scream at you. Yo, Dr. Guinea Pig 8755. If you are a horror fan, you ain't watching real paranormal video compilations. I'm a horror fan. Okay, I am a horror fan. And when I want to watch something horror related, I'm watching like Nick Crowley, Mr. Ballin, Mr. Nightmare, Next O, something like that. Because you know that the stuff that you're seeing in the videos actually happened. Someone's got to prank Queso with something involving a ghost and just not tell him. No, I have already warned my friends and family to never do that. When I first moved out of my parents' house, I told Wink and I told my parents, I said, never come to my house in the middle of the night trying to prank me because I'm going to start blasting and I'm not going to know if it's you or not. Literally. I said, so please, for everyone's sake, please don't. Because imagine you're like sleeping all night, somebody...
Well, like, a few weeks ago I uploaded a edit of the F-14 Tomcat, and, for some reason I tagged Joe Biden in it, I don't know why, asked me like 4 weeks ago or something, and my friends commented, hey bro, tag Joe Biden, from Willie Ron Antonio. I'm hoping I said his last name right, because I don't know if I did. The Antonio part or whatever. So yeah, but that was an update right there. Haven't posted on, well, I don't really post on this account anymore. I don't really post on either of my accounts anymore, but I should be able to. So yeah, since I have some more time now, so yeah. Plus also, since I have a flight simulator, I might go. I might go into cargo with it since I'm only trained on one aircraft, which is a passenger aircraft. But I might go into cargo, and I might add if I have any flights that are under an hour. That's cargo. I might upload it onto my TikTok account. So yeah.
Coming in to prank you, you grabbed a blinky to start spraying in GTA, of course. Then you take the mask off, it's like your brother. Like, oh! Like, oh, Gigi? Literally. Yo, Pardeezy with the 5, appreciate you. Actually, Bigfoot does exist. He's a Twitch streamer too. Goes by the name Case. Chat, see, I can't even find the ones I was seeing because y'all are here talking about something like that now. Yay! Wait. What is this? The reason these ghost videos get so much attention is less to do with the actual sightings themselves and more so the anticipation of them. With every video Case plays, the anticipation of the scary thing is much scarier than the thing itself, which is why when they show raw footage, they play 5 minutes of nothing happening in 4 pages before you see a crappy CGI footage. If you ride that anticipation and anything uncanny valley might seem creepy, but if you ignore that and pause the video, you can tell. Dude, that's the most base thing I've literally ever read in my life. That is, yo, find that guy and model. That is the most base thing I have ever read in my entire life. Oh man, when I want to find a negative comment, I can't. But chat, dude, you know what I should do? I should get my editor to get all the dumb comments from the paranormal reaction videos and put them into one, and we should look at them. Dude, just
God damn it!
You gotta see some of this stuff, man. You gotta see some of this stuff. Like I'll be laying in bed like, oh, they gonna eat this one up. Literally, man. Case uses a fishing line as a toothpick and thinks it can lift him. What? Here we go. Here's one. Here's one. Okay, this is trolling. This is from 45 seconds ago. Yo, D208. Buddy. Buddy, stop. But yo, chat, some of these comments, bro. And also, this is disrespectful too. Chat, this comment right here seems normal, but it's disrespectful. Sam and Colby gotta take this guy somewhere. Bro, what you mean, this guy?
There gotta be sacrifices along the way.
Like, I got a name.
They were one of them.
That's what I say about somebody I hate so bad, I refuse to speak their name ever again. Oh yeah, remember that guy? That's literally the same thing I do. Like the type of thing, like, you hate somebody so bad that every time you say their name, you gotta spit right after. One of them type of things. You know? I love these people. about real, unexplainable. Oh, this is Life of Luxury's second channel? So y'all went from trying to make me watch Life of Luxury, now you're saying Luxury Dark, and it's insane. Watch it. This isn't even deep monkey at this point. Alright, yeah.
This is one of the largest discovered eggs of the 21st century.
What do you think could have laid this thing?
Egg room.
Look how big this thing is.
Oh my goodness, dude.
There's something amazing inside.
Wait, these are all satire though, right, Chad? These are satire?
You gotta help me warm it up.
No, I'm not doing that.
What about the baby inside?
Yeah, what's next, Chad? Oh, here we go.
Veronica S. caught something really creepy on camera. Veronica writes, "We moved.
So, they bought an egg from the dark web. And out came a completely normal guy who somehow spawned in with underwear on. And he wasn't even naked. He was born with underwear on.
I wasn't always here, but thanks to Purdue Global, I got my literal dream job.
3 years ago, I didn't have a degree. I liked my job. I just hit a ceiling. I needed the credentials.
I never thought college was my thing. Getting a degree backed by the power of Purdue,
But going to class from wherever,
whatever. So nothing is stopping me, nothing keeping me from my dream job.
this is my comeback. Discover the degree that's right for you at purdueglobal.edu.
I have a question.
You can ask me anything.
Where did we come from? Do I matter? Why can't I see God? Can I trust them? Is there really anyone out there? Are we being punished? I have a question.
You can ask me anything.
What if there isn't anything else?
Go back. Should I finish it?
This is one of the largest discovered eggs of the 21st.
Wait. What were you saying? Oh, well, yeah, there you go. They say it. This might be the real one, though. They're just trying to think they can think it.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to a brand new episode of Luxury Dark. Let's smash 100,000 likes for more new episodes.
Man. Your boy might become a full-time YouTuber. Because what?
So for this episode, Chester found an auction site on the dark web where you can bid on rare items. Now, I'm not really sure if the stuff on this site is worth anything, and I think it might be a scam, but tonight we're gonna sit down and check it out. Okay, let's check out what's on here. Bro, what is this? I don't think the stuff on here is legit.
Dude, what are you talking about? So it's been a bit since the egg arrived, and I just finished setting this up. As you can see, I put these lights up.
Not the incubators, no!
Mask floor. I'm still worried that this thing isn't warm enough.
Incubating it!
It's still cold from outside. If only I could get it warmer. Whoa.
Yeah, I said today is Sunday, February 22nd, 10:22 p.m. and I get very swollen. And I sent to him through text. So, yeah. And I decided that I should do cargo flying. I just don't know if I should do it domestic or international. Domestic in aviation terms means like Los Angeles to New York, and international could mean New York to Toronto or New York to somewhere like London International Airport or whatever. So yeah, but I'm still certified on the SAP 340B. So yeah, there's that. A very small jet. Now, if you want to know something, that Flight Simulator only has like 60 aircraft. Like, I'd say half, cargo half, passenger, and some military. But I don't know what aircraft I would want to fly cargo for like a few years. To be a few years of life. I don't know which ones to do. Now, there was the Boeing 747-8 freighter, and there's a ton of other ones. I should make a TikTok and YouTube video out of them. Very good content though, I'd say. But I still don't know which ones to do. Plus also, you know, Airbus was going to make a Airbus A380 freighter, but they canceled out. So, yeah. So, remember when I said I would call Melanie? Well, I'm still planning on calling her. I just don't know when. So I might do it sometime this week or this weekend. And I'll probably record a video and send it to you. So yeah. Even though that, like I said in one of my voice messages last, remember when I said that there's cars on Route 30? There's still cars on Route 30 at 11 p.m., 30 minutes later. I sent if you like a late night worker, nighttime worker, or if you're a trucker, I expect you to be out there. But I think most of these people wouldn't be late night workers. So yeah. Ow, my back. Damn. Ugh. When I talked about those needless crap, one day we might be talking about Jeffrey Epstein, and the next day we might be talking about the U.S. military. And then the next day, we might be talking about like the F-35. And then the next day, we might be talking about like some other random crap, like a TikTok video I sent him or to talk about a ton of crap. I'd say. So yeah. I'm alone out here with my computer and this tablet. My TV's off. So yeah. I don't know why. Well, sometimes I just want to lay down and sleep because guess what sometimes I just want to quit our life. Guess what I just saw on TikTok? You feel Crystal saying that she got affected by her hopes at the age of 40. So, yeah. I don't know if it's true, but if it is, that's wrong. So, yeah. Now you have my opinion. So yeah. I got a report. So, my uncle was sleeping into my pap little fireworks in his house. So, yay. So I heard that fireworks got lit off in your house.
That's where I'm gonna stop because we got bad time.
Yeah, perfect. And also, I decided to go with cargo as my flying coil in that airplane game. So yeah. Hell, you might hear Bob screaming out though.
Pap will be screaming if the cops would show up at the door.
Yeah.
Might get 4 inches by the time it's all said and done.
Okay.
7.
Abdul.
Formerly rural China has taken unique approach by purchasing thousands of crab larvae. Crab larvae are then released into rice paddy, forming an integrated farming district that is becoming increasingly popular in Asia. This paddy, the crabs not only grow, but also play an active role in maintaining acid and damage crops, stir up mud as they grow, and fertilize the soil with their wings.
I love the U.S.
At least don't walk around.
Do you guys
Keep them.
do you guys want to know some Call of Duty lore?
You better do something, Savvy.
Or I could pull up with some Call of Duty lore. So, this is honestly, as you can see, Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. Did you know there was supposed to be a second one? Now, at the end, a very good cliffhanger, I'd say it was. And that was supposed to lead into another Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, Call of Duty Advanced Warfare 2. But they cancelled it for some reason. They were deep in development with the second version, then they just randomly cancelled it for some reason. I don't know why. They could have done it, but for some reason they didn't. Anyways, that's the old PlayStation logo, or whatever. sometimes I think I'm very stupid. That isn't a PlayStation sound.
Pizza Hut.
Anyways, it did win some awards, like Outstanding Real-Time Visuals in a Video Game, which is the 13th Visual Effects Society Awards in 2015. Or, Outstanding Achievement in Character, Jonathan Irons. Jonathan Irons is one of the villains in the game. At the beginning of the game, he might seem a good character, but guess what? He isn't. And also, Jonathan Irons is Kevin Spacey in here. As you can see, Kevin Spacey as Jonathan Irons. I do not know who this guy is, except for in Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. That's probably one of the only pieces of media I saw from him, I consumed from him, as you can per se. So yeah, and in here you can see here in the books and awards full lists. So let's go to books and Subway Thief in Hardborn in 1986. And obviously he had some things. Yep.
1986, that's a long time ago now, Subby.
Yeah. The hell is Call of Duty Advanced Warfare? Oh wait, this is just shows. That's just film. Video games, here it is. Only 2 video games he did. Lux Luthor voice in Superman Returns 2006, and Jonathan Irons voice Call of Duty Advanced Warfare 2014. Also, motion capture. Since, like, GTA 5 and a bunch of games nowadays use motion capture to capture it, to be realistic, I guess you could say. But still, somehow, and like, Grand Theft Auto 5, they just took like 5 years to make that game, I think. So yeah.
And so I pulled out the old bill on the side, and I was like, okay, it's more of like a yellowish tone version. They also merged the bill with the counterfeit in it. Yellow beats real currency, so she was confused. Marking, and I told her, I was like,
you know, the people do look like the characters in the game, I'd say. But like I said, it had motion capture, so it makes sense. So yeah. So Troy Baker was also in this game. So he's in a bunch of animes. From like 2004 to like 2020, I guess, around there, in animation, basically. Like Family Guy, for 2 episodes. And obviously film from like, his career was basically started around like 2005. But when was he born? He was active 1994 to present. He's also been in some video games like Brothers in Arms D-Day as Sergeant Matt Baker, and also in Brothers in Arms Earned in Blood and Brothers in Arms Road to Hell 30 as also Sergeant Matt Baker. here he comes again. And so those 3 roles right there were in 2005 and 2006. Here he comes back, 2008, Brothers in Arms, Hell's Highway, Sergeant Matt Baker again, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, another Call of Duty. He has a ton in his auto sales. 2009 to 2018, almost 10 years ago. But what I'm interested, actually, it did say that he was voice acted. Oh, well, he that guy. You know, this game kind of, it's kind of happening in real life a little bit. That's also, why is it here on PlayStation 4? Yeah.
Oh, Charlotte, you're gonna have to end up moving big kilos. Only good love. Sure.
Actually.
Charlotte.
Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, images. You know, Kevin Spacey does look like his character in Jonathan Lyons in Call of Duty Advanced Warfare.
Kevin Spacey.
You know, he did have sexual allegations.
Yes.
Yes. I learned that from his Wikipedia article. Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. He was in one. He's a big person in the official reveal trailer.
Charlotte, come on.
Then obviously,
Charlotte.
there was obviously videos of him with when he declares war on the UN in the game. So yeah, so I'd say Kevin Spacey did a very good acting role as Jonathan Irons in the game. So yeah. That's also I feel like this game will happen in the 2050s and 2060s. So yeah. Yeah, so also, somewhere from now to when I'm coming down to your guys' house, I'm planning on making a video about this game, and also about two other games, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, and also Madden NFL 24, and then I can tell Pap about all the history and lore about these games. For some reason, I don't know why. But I want to know.
Time to get violent, Sammy.
Yep.
Democracy. Democracy is not what these people need. Hell, it's not even what they want. America
How saddle.
Basic building blocks to support. Little things like we ought to be tolerant of those who disagree with us. We ought to be tolerant of those who worship a different God than us. That a journalist ought to be able to disagree with the president. And you think that you can just march into these countries based on some fundamentalist religious principles? Just topple a dictator and start a democracy?
Now, obviously, there was some cool stuff about the game. Actually, a ton of cool stuff about this game. I don't want to look up. But there was a ton of cool, like, visuals in this game, I'd say. So, yeah.
Back up.
That little kitty with a G knocked out. We don't have a cloud this spring, but
Yeah, so, if I do make this video, it's probably gonna be like a whole type project separated from my main project this year, which is called Project 2026, which I took from Project 2025 that Trump has. Yeah, so, if I ever come down to Harrisburg, and if you wake up, go out into the living room, you'll probably see me and Pat talk about Call of Duty, Advanced Warfare, and Madden NFL 24 and all that crap. So yeah, like all the other projects that spun off of my main project this year. Anyways, some of my operations have been a failure in Call of Duty Modern Warfare. I'm alone. I'm out. Just me, myself, and you. Yeah, in the living room, which is on the other side of this wall. So yeah. Yep, I think, I don't know. He still has to go to work tomorrow though. Yeah, but I'd say, this project this project with this video, we're talking about these 3 games, probably a 2-week project I'd say. Should be simple. I could just live stream this weekend, or I could just like tomorrow night technically. I could just live stream like a solid 2 hours. Well, this week I could just live stream every single night a solid 2 hours of each game. Cut it down to where like I just have 30 minutes of footage, and then I have like a 2-hour video with a bunch of footage from the actual games. So yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. But, my main project, the project that I'm mainly focused on this year, would make me have off YouTube from June to January of 2027. So, I'm probably going to be just sitting in Kill's basement every single day in the summer watching YouTube since I have no work. Yeah, yeah. Oh, and yesterday, I got another project that spun off of my main project this year. I had like 3 already finished one and working on 2, but the second one is making like 12-hour videos of SCPs. Now, if I make even if I make one 12-hour one, I'm just scraping the surface. Since you gotta think, those 9,000 of these things. Then you have to separate them in different places. So there's also like Euclid and Safe and Peter and Thermiel and there's all that. So if I want to cover every single thing in the SCP universe, and since it's constantly expanding, I would have to spend like a ton of my time on just that singular project, and I'm probably just going to make like 5 videos on it, which is still a ton of time, and it would basically only scrape the surface of it, since there's a ton of crap in it. So yeah. Same thing with the back rooms. Yeah, that could solve some problems,